We're going to call this meeting, and we'll start with our land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start, and then I'll move on to a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Full house. And so before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. And a conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the May 26, 2026 City Council Public Hearing Agenda be adopted with the following changes. Replacement report and attachment for 4.9, Bylaw 21499, zoning bylaw tax amendments to implement small-scale residential landscape securities updated with urban planning and economy report UPE 02784 and attachments 1, 2, 3.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions on that agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you,
I'm a yes.
Councillor Principe. Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Thank you, councillors.
I'm a yes as well. Just
Thank
loading.
you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. And next, council protocol and recognition. We've got a couple items here. First, very excited, because today we get to introduce the City of Edmonton's 10th Historian Laureate. And you get to stand while I'm talking all about you this entire time. So Ida, please, Ida Lucilia is here. And the role of historian, and stay standing the whole time. We're going to shower you with praise, and we get to single you out while this is happening. Yeah, right under the light. It's a perfect space. So the role of the Historian Laureate is to reflect on the history of the city and its people in order to reveal more about our rich, diverse past. They accomplish this by researching, documenting, and interpreting the people, places, and events that have shaped Edmonton's character. Ida brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in this realm. Since 2016, she has led the Edmonton Philippine Arts Council, including working on several documentaries and a cultural mapping project. From 2019 to 2022, she served on the Edmonton Arts Council Board of Directors and assisted with implementing the Connections and Exchanges Plan for Arts and Heritage in Edmonton. Since 2023, Ida has acted as an advisor to the Alberta PhilCan Community Leaders Association. And in 2025, she founded the Edmonton Philippine International Center to provide a dedicated space for Filipino heritage, culture, and community archives in Edmonton. As part of her work as Historian Laureate, she plans to continue developing Echoes of Identity, a project to map the physical and intangible landmarks of the Filipino community in our city. Not only will this project share the history and impacts of Filipino people in Edmonton, but it will fill in a significant gap in the City of Edmonton archives. The project will also serve as a template for other cultural communities in our city to document their histories. And so we're all excited to welcome you, Ida, and we look forward to your contributions over the next 2 years. And I want to take just a quick, well, first, a huge round of applause. Let's give a huge round of applause here. Now you're allowed to sit. Thank you. I do just want to take one more moment to acknowledge and thank our outgoing historian laureate, who I know is not here in the room. I'm just double checking. She's not. That's Donna Coombs-Montrose. Donna was our first Black historian laureate and helped tell the stories of the migration, history, and experience of Black Edmontonians. And I want to thank Donna for her work in making Edmonton a richer, more vibrant city. And so while she isn't here, let's give her a round of applause as well. But we're so excited to see your work over the next couple of years. Thank you so much for being here today. We do have one more special recognition today. Oh, he's right in the middle. That's good. Good. I'm glad to see it. There he is. So for those who don't know, Tim Ford, this is his last public hearing before he retires at the end of, well, just a couple days from now, right, Tim?
Yes, the end of this week.
End of this week. So I had saw a post on LinkedIn. I can't remember who posted it, that your final day was coming up.
Yes.
And so Tim has been serving the city of Edmonton longer than I have been alive. And I just like saying that because I don't get to say it much longer because I'm 42, but he's been here 43 years. And how many public hearings is that?
We were trying to do a calculation. We think about 400.
400 public hearings.
Yeah.
I think it goes without saying that your time spent with the city, and particularly at public hearings, has probably been unparalleled. And I know that, and I can speak for this council, last council, and the last many councils, that having you here and your knowledge has been incredibly valuable for us. It has been so, it's going to be impossible to replace that much knowledge. You have been around for so many changes, so many conversations, so many public dialogues, and I know those aren't always easy in your seats. You can sometimes be the ones that face the brunt of public critique, even though often it's council policy that you're using. But I've seen you over the years that I've worked with you be so kind and welcoming to every person who walks into the store, to every team member that you work with in this room. And so we are so appreciative and so thankful for 43 years of work to the city, for helping to shape the city. The transformation that we have gone through would not have been possible without your work day in and day out, not just at these public hearings, but throughout all of the other work that happens. We think that the folks here just show up at public hearings and then they don't do it. They do lots of other work outside of public hearings, helping to shape that. And so thank you for showing us what it means to be collaborative, what it means to be approachable and thoughtful. Thank you for helping to lead the way, and I'm sure guide so many of the people here that you're sitting with, some folks in the room, and many, 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 many others that you would have been able to engage with over the last 43 years. It is, you will be greatly missed, and I am so thankful for your work, and I just want to, on behalf of all of Edmonton City Council, on behalf of all Edmontonians, because the work you've done has helped shape the city into what it is today. Thank you very much, and first a big recognition for Tim.
Thank you.
And we're definitely going to break protocol, but based off the speakers list right now, the last item that you would be on, I hear, is 4.8, which so far doesn't have anyone registered in opposition. So that could change in the next 10 minutes, but just in case, did you want to take a few minutes and say anything after so many years?
I think it's been great to be here. The city has actually doubled in population. I was looking at some numbers this week. Since I started in about '83. Too many wonderful memories from the early Heritage Valley days. The first plan I did was Haddow in '93 that I brought to council, Southwest, Big Lake, many angry Glenora meetings that bring back good and bad memories, I suppose. But no, it's been a great ride, and I've really enjoyed working with all the council members, past and present, and just wonderful, wonderful colleagues. I can't say enough, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tim. And yeah, absolutely. Well, no, I was going to open up the floor. We got a little bit of time. Ms. Petrin, did you have anything you wanted to add, Mr. Pollock? Anyone else? There's so many in the room here, I think, all for this probably moment here. So folks that worked with Tim want to share a few words.
We are really excited about Tim's next chapter, but certainly he will be dearly missed. He has been a mentor, a leader, a colleague, a friend. So really appreciate his service with the City of Edmonton, and the impact that he's made on our city has been incredible. So thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, he can register to speak for public hearings after this. Like, yeah.
I promised I won't come back for any info.
I don't know. I feel like that's great knowledge to have. Feel free to come back. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson. Oh, you're going to change the subject. So. Okay, well, you say something about Tim first, and then we'll change the subject.
Well, I just want to say again, having had the chance to work in administration with you as well, it's always been a pleasure, and very excited for the next chapter as well. But I did also just realize that we have another retirement who happens to be in the room. Catherine Ivany, our city archivist, is going to be retiring at the end of this summer. So I just thought I would jump in and take this opportunity to recognize her as well. Through my role as the council liaison on the historical board, I really saw very exciting things happening with our archives. I think Catherine did a phenomenal job of building up our community archivist position, and it's been wonderful to see our archives become more reflective of Edmonton's full population and history. So wanted to give a quick recognition and huge congratulations for what comes next, which, well, it includes some exciting things. So looking forward to what comes of that.
How many years for you? 15 years. Thank you so much, and a huge round of applause for that. Yes. What a good way to start our morning. So, well, thanks everyone. Thanks for being here for the protocol items. Everyone who's there, you're welcome to go if you want. Tim can't yet because he still has work to do. So, so we're going to keep him in the room here while we go through his last public hearing. But for us, many more public hearings. They never end. Next up is the explanation of the public hearing process. So before we begin, I'd like to give a brief overview of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak to the bylaw. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. For each item selected by Council, administration will first provide a presentation. Next, I will call the names of each registered speaker and invite them to make their presentation. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on screen in chambers. The timer lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. When there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. When everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of Council may ask questions of you and other panel members. After hearing from the public, Council may ask questions of administration, and then after all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask members of Council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Finally, Council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. And for everyone participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. And if you are here in person, City staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Items 4.1 and 4.2 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to 4.1, Bylaw 21469, to amend the Marquee Neighborhood Structure Plan, and item 4.2, Bylaw 21470, to allow for smaller scale parks and amenities and range of small to medium scale housing Marquee?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.3, Bylaw 21503, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, River's Edge?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only and nobody registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.4, bylaw 21487, to allow for medium-scale housing Baldwin.
Yes, I have one speaker registered to speak in favor and 2 speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.5, bylaw 21501, to allow for infrastructure, systems, and facilities that provide a public benefit Blatchford?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only, and nobody registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.6, bylaw 21500, to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing, commercial sites, public open space, natural areas, and utilities, ALSIS?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor, all to answer questions only, and nobody registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.7, bylaw 21504, to allow for small-scale commercial centers, Paskin?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and no one in opposition. And I'll note this one, there is a request to refer, so that can be done once we get to selections.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 4.8, bylaw 21480, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Belgravia?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and no speakers registered in opposition.
And is there anyone to speak to item 4.9, bylaw 21499, zoning bylaw text amendments to implement small-scale residential landscape security?
Yes, I have, so no speakers registered in favor, but 2 speakers registered in opposition. Excellent. So next will be the selection of items for debate. Please click on the board if you would like to select any items for discussion, debate. Give the board a moment to open up. There we go. Councillor Elliott?
4.9, please.
4.9 has been selected by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Wright?
4.6.
4.6. Okay, great. And Councillor Principe?
May I please select item 4.4?
4.4, yes. Okay, perfect. I don't see anyone else on the board.
I'll select item 4.7 then as well.
Oh, 4.7? Oh, thank you for the referral. Yes, of course. Thank you. We'll do that for the referral. Fantastic. I don't see anyone else on the board, so next we'll move to voting on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. I will move closure of the public hearing on item 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.5, and 4.8.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on those bylaws.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I will move first reading on the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on first reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move consideration of third reading on the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on consideration.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. And Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move third and final reading on bylaw 21469, bylaw 21470, bylaw 21503, bylaw 21501, and bylaw 21480.
Second.
That's seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading, please.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. So we've got that. We do need to do the referral on 4.7. We can just do that right now if you want. Councillor Principe, you select, or, oh, it's Councillor Tang's. Councillor Tang? Well, you want to move it first and then we can ask questions?
Sure, I'll move bylaw 21504,
Be referred.
be referred.
And to which one are we doing to, sorry? Referred back to administration. Do we have a date of when it's coming back?
Yes, so to refer to future public
Future
hearing. I'm
public
not sure
hearing.
if administration has a date.
That's okay, as long as it's a future public hearing. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Questions? Councillor Tang?
How come this wasn't included leading up to this point?
Council, we just found out yesterday that there was still some outstanding environmental work that needed testing.
Okay,
We'd asked the applicant to undertake that. They didn't get to it in time.
but they submitted the application without that information?
Yes, they did a phase 1 submission and further testing was required. They were going to do that, but they haven't been able to manage that at this time.
Okay, and then they're resubmitting it, and they have to do a phase or secondary phases because is the site formerly contaminated or?
Yes, there may have been dry cleaners or things like that on site, gas stations.
Gas stations,
So
okay.
we need that further testing before we're ready to bring it forward again.
Okay, great, and then you'll figure out which date with that information.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any, please vote to do the referral.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. So first up, so we have 3 items for discussion today. First will be item 4.4, which is the Baldwin item. Once that is completed, we'll move to the Alsus item, and then finally the zoning bylaw text amendments item. So we'll start with a presentation on item 4.4.
Thank you and good morning. This application proposes to rezone an 830-meter squared property in the Baldwin neighborhood. The current zone is the small-scale residential, or RS zone, and the proposed zone is the medium-scale residential, or RM-H16 zone, with a maximum height of 16 meters. The proposed zone would allow for row housing and multi-unit residential development. Next slide, please. Baldwin is a redeveloping residential neighborhood with close access to commercial amenities, parks, schools, and employment areas. The rezoning site is located at the southwest portion of the neighborhood at the intersection of 128th Avenue and 81st Street. Transit service and limited cycling facilities are available along 82nd Street. To the south of the site are 2 multi-unit buildings that are already zoned for RM-H16. To the west is neighborhood commercial, or CN zone, and the Dalton Canada Post Depot, which is zoned for mixed-use development up to 16 meters. Close to the site, there are a number of stores along 82nd Street, a pocket park to the east, and industrial businesses along 127th Avenue Northwest. Next slide, please. The site is currently developed as a bungalow with an attached garage. The image on the screen shows the site looking south and east from 128th Avenue. Next slide, please. Administration used a broadened engagement approach, which included 2 mailed notices, site signage, and information on the city's webpage. As of May 7th, 12 responses were received, with 11 in opposition and 1 with a mixed response. Key concerns included parking availability, the potential for more crime because of the rezoning, impacts on neighborhood cohesion and a sense of community, traffic and pedestrian safety, existing neighborhood crime, potential for commercial uses, proposed height and scale, and a loss of sunlight and the creation of shadowing. Next slide, please. When compared with the current zone, the proposed RM-H16 would allow for greater site coverage and a taller building. Under the zone, a 4.5-meter setback would be required along the north and west property lines. A 3-meter setback would be required along the alley to the east as well as to the south. The proposed zoning also provides opportunity for limited ground floor commercial development as well as community uses. Next slide, please. This site is located in the Northwest District Plan, abutting a corridor, and designated for mixed-use land uses. The proposed rezoning was evaluated using the newly approved District Policy 2525, which identifies 8 factors for considering additional scale of development. After looking at the context, this site is an appropriate site for additional scale. The RM-H16 will facilitate a transition in scale between the 82nd Street corridor, secondary corridor, and the adjacent neighborhood. It will also create a uniformly zoned block, which further transitions the scale of the corridor to the remainder of the neighborhood and provides for redevelopment opportunities consisting of the entire block. Next slide, please. Administration recommends supporting the proposed rezoning because it would create a uniformly zoned block at the edge of the neighborhood. It supports transitional development next to the 82nd Street secondary corridor, and it enables more residents to live close to places of employment, commercial shops, and open spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we'll move to our speakers, and excuse me. I'll start with our first speaker. We have one speaker in favor, and that's, I believe, Sandeep Khanna. Are you here with us online? I think that they were supposed to be online.
I am present, yes.
You are present? Okay, great. Before I have you start, I just want to go through, this will be for all speakers. So before we continue, I want to remind everyone of the respectful behavior expectations required while participating in this meeting, both in person and virtually. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process that provides us with the opportunity to hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, will not be tolerated. Anyone continuing to demonstrate these types of behaviors will be removed and not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. And obviously, if you've gathered, when we do protocol, that's when we're allowed to clap. If there's a class that comes in for City Hall School or a visiting school, we can always clap for them, but no other clapping allowed in council chambers or other things of the sort. So I will not provide any additional warnings. This meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. In addition, for those participating virtually, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. So with that in mind, we will go to our first guest, Guest Khanna. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, as explained in the plan for rezoning, our plan for this site is to allow for more affordable housing due to the city population and certain things like the Housing Forward conference that I attended a couple of weeks ago. We do understand the need of more affordable housing and housing in certain areas in the city where it's closer to transportation, employment areas, and there are certain areas we have seen in the city where in certain mature areas, there's no commercial, there's no public transportation. We try to avoid those areas and pinpoint certain locations that allow access to residents for these amenities. The other reason we have zoning for this is there were 2 commercial RM16 zones right next to this site, so this would be a perfect fit just to be in line with the housing there. Obviously, RMH 23 would be more shadowing, it would be more residential, more occupants for us, but we did look at the community in general and said RM16 would be the max we'd want to go. The other situation that's come up recently with the changes of the RS zone to 9.5 meters, this will allow for potentially stacked housing, which will create more space for tenants, especially in basement suites where if you only have 9.5 meters, the basements are extremely, extremely tight. They're not great to live in. So this will also help with that, being able to have higher ceilings than 9.5 and allow stacked housing to be larger units overall. That is basically why we want to rezone this lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll see if members of council have questions. Councillor Principe, you selected this. Do you have any questions for our applicant?
Sure. Sorry, I didn't sign up.
That's okay. That's all right.
Thank you for that presentation or discussion. And can you tell me, was there any consideration of building with a lower height? 12.
We did talk to the city planners, and we were told that the RMH zone is no longer able to be applied for. That would allow for a little higher height. the RS zone really limits what we're trying to do, which is more affordable housing for Edmontonians. So the next plausible zone would be the RMH16, and that would allow for, depending on the community and the need for how much housing is doing a 4-story or even doing a multi-unit housing, stacked housing. So it gives us multiple options to do whichever is best for Edmontonians and the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions for our speaker in favor. Now we'll move to our speakers in opposition. We have two, and we'll invite them both down. Danny Georgi and Alice Lowe. You're welcome to come right down. The clerk will get you seated. All right, and they're getting settled in here, and so again, you'll each have up to 5 minutes. There'll be timers on the screen, and then also, if you can see the podium right in front of you there is some timer lights right there as well. Green will be the first 4 minutes, yellow will signify you have 1 minute remaining, and then red is when we're done for the 5 minutes. But as mentioned, please hang out there because there might be questions for you once you've each done your presentation, so don't leave your seats. We'd love to keep you there. So first up, we'll go to Danny Georgi. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Good morning,
Yeah.
everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to come down here and speak. I'm going to give you 58 years in 5 minutes. I grew up in Baldwin community my whole life as a toddler, teenager, parent, now grandparent. I'll get emotional to this because I spent my entire livelihood in that neighborhood. I used to walk my dad to the store there because of the apartment buildings that are south of it that are just, it's a chronic crime area, okay? And by rebuilding and putting another apartment building in a density area where it's dense already, and we have to fight against what's happening already and the traffic, and the city has already put road bumps, speed bumps, detour things because the traffic is huge in that 128th Ave. I played street hockey in that area. I never worried about it. I just find out my daughter's having a baby, they're married, so I'm gonna be a grandpa. So where do I give back to the community? This is one of my mentors, Alice. She's my neighbor, my parents' neighbor. Okay, so we, as growing up in the neighborhood, we're a community. Maybe some neighborhoods maybe not be like that, but we are a community of everybody sticks together. I don't know if anybody heard about the tire slasher in the North End, that $20,000 in tires. I spent my time tracking that man down and helping the city police and helping my neighbors. I have a small business replacing tires because they couldn't afford them. So I'm a community person. I owe it back to the community. We have generations. There's 4 generations in our neighborhood. There's my parents, dad's passed away, bless his soul. There's mom, myself, my brother, my sister, their kids, now their kids. We want to grow up in an area, and the kids want to grow up in an area where we grew up, where we don't have to worry about the density, the traffic, the craziness on the roads there. And as 58 years living there, I've seen it. Yes, there's changes. There's always changes and stuff. I get it. But sometimes we have to step back. Does a change make sense? And I always joke around about Bugs Bunny, that cartoon, when she wakes up, the grandma one day, and there's twin towers over her head, and she's a little house in the middle. Nothing said. So as a community member, as mentors in my neighborhood that brought us and raised us, I want to give that back to our community. And I understand housing's an issue, but there are other places in the area for housing. If you look at 95th Street, Little Italy, if we look how that is built there, what's happening down there? Derelict homes, landlords that don't care about their homes, that's going to move forward. That's going to be Baldwin in 20 years, what you see on 95th Street right now. I grew up in Edmonton my whole life. The Oilers used to have their haircuts by Bob the Barber on 82nd Street. There's an old Safeway there. Like, I can give you history. I don't need Google. I lived the neighborhood, the gainer strikes, all that stuff, the crime. I lived in that neighborhood. So I believe that we have to look back at the neighbors, what started the neighborhood. A lot of immigrants came in. This is where they started. The Foundry, people don't even know where it is. That's on a Yellowhead Trail where people walk to work. Yes, but it's a community. And I believe that adding another 30 units or making it bigger, we're going to ruin a community in that area that's tight already. And I'm not the only ones there. We have generations that we all there's a lot of us that came back to the community. There's a reason we came back, because it's a wonderful community. Other communities, they have their own issues. But us as one, I believe by doing this is going to cause more headaches down the road. And I don't want to be in my dad's position when we had to walk him to McDonald's to go have coffee because he was scared to walk the street of one block. I don't want my kids worrying about me like that, and it shouldn't come down to that. You're never going to stop crime, but strength in community, strength in numbers is power, and we have a lot of community in our area that we all stick together. I got 2 minutes left.
39 seconds. Yeah.
There's so much we can talk about, but I just believe that when we look at rezoning, I think we need to step back and actually visit the neighborhoods of seeing what's happening in the neighborhood. You can look down on the screen, but we need to be right in the trenches and see what's happening in the neighborhood. And I believe by doing this will cause more headaches for the future. I have less time to live than I lived. This is for the kids and families coming up. And it's about them. It's not about it, it's about them, because they're our future. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. And next will be Alice Lowen. You're welcome to sit if you want. But I mean, you're happy to have you stand. But if you want to sit, feel free to be comfortable.
This is a different world for me. Timer, don't start yet.
Don't worry. Yeah, we won't start it just yet.
I just want to express that this is very, very new.
We appreciate you.
It's a different world altogether.
No, thank you.
So Your Honor, Mr. Mayor, and Ms. Principe, you're our counselor, and all of you counselors here. I wonder how many of you actually took the LRT this morning to get to work. Good for you. I took the LRT. I take the LRT often. This morning, on the second elevator, is human excrement left on the floor. I want to make a comment about the people who clean at Belvedere. They are top-notch. They are outstanding. They do an outstanding job under extreme circumstances. And our neighborhood is under extreme circumstances. Continually, Baldwin gets the excrement. On the border with Belvedere, we have the housing, the trailer housing. It's gone now. I don't know what's happened to all those people. We have a lot of crime, a lot of garage crime, a lot of other kinds of crime that are very troublesome for us in our neighborhood. Infill in our neighborhood is a lot. If you went to visit Riverbend, Terwilliger, what's the W word? I forget. But on the west end, the high-end homes, you will see signs on the lawns that say, no infill wanted, right? And no infill wanted, they can do that because there is a lawyer on every corner and a judge in between. Baldwin does not have that. We are blue-collar workers. We are the people who do your plumbing. We are the people who do your carpentry. We are the people who do your electricity. In 2019, I got a phone call from the city of Edmonton from a staff member, Serenia, beautiful human being. Alice, do you think we could come over and have a coffee time with some of your neighbors and friends? I said, is this the Baldwin Community League issue? No, we just want to get to know you. And we want to get to know you because of the revitalization that we think is going to happen in Baldwin. We had that meeting. It was a good meeting. We asked for new curb and gutter on 127th Avenue between 79th and 78th Street on the Meridian. That's all we wanted. We asked for 2 garbage cans, one at either end. That's all we wanted. We got a forest instead. Forest is lovely, I like it, keep it, it's beautiful. But we didn't get what we asked for. We asked for a sidewalk on that Meridian, and we didn't get it. I still see the young mothers pushing their babies in those carriages through the winter, no sidewalk to walk on, to get their kids to the daycare that's about I'm going to say about 67th, 68th Street. I'm not in favor of this building going up, especially for stories. It needs to be in keeping with the other 2. I understand the issue. I see it. I see the people. You've got them right outside on your front step here too at the City Hall. But we see the derelict and the hungry and the naked. And we need to do something about that. The city of Edmonton is a filthy city. How many people are actually going out there and picking up that garbage? There's garbage strewn everywhere, not to mention part of the clothing and stuff that people rip off of their bodies because they've had too many drugs or whatever it is. I don't understand it myself. And what is exactly a floor area ratio of 2.3? 2.3 what? So on the little card, you've got 2.3. I don't know what that is. So to my opposition, is that 2.3 chickens, 2.3 what, square feet per person, 2.3 meters per person? I don't know what that is. Are you stacking people on top of people on top of people? What are you doing? Come see me. Give me that phone call in 2026 and come see me. My husband and I live on a near half acre of land. That was because way back in the day, and I think Mr. Tim there, who's retiring, probably knows this, that there were errors that were made. Nobody wanted that piece of property except the young lad from Saskatchewan, a farmer who knew what to do with that place. We've loved it. We've lived there for 54 years, and I've got 6 seconds. And it's been our home. Don't destroy it. People, don't destroy it. Come and see me.
Thank you very much. And next we'll move to questions, and we'll go to Councillor Principe if you have questions for our speakers in opposition.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Georgie, so I'm sorry to hear about the passing of your father, and congratulations on soon to be a grandfather. That's wonderful news. And I just wanted to touch on a point that you made about parking. You had a concern about parking being an issue. Is it a current issue right now?
There's no parking now, and on that block. There's no, between the post office and the workers, Lilydale, there used to be Happy Pop there, but now it's a Cisco. There's no parking on the street, and same with that apartment. And the 2 apartments that are there right now, they're full of parking. So if you add, there's going to be zero parking, zero. And that's a huge safety concern of that corner. There's been many accidents already because it's already jammed with cars parked there. You can't drive 2 cars side by side down that street right now. You have to wait for the other one, and then you kind of look at each other and pass each other. And snow removal, good luck. That's not happening down that road. There's a lot of negatives that could impact. We don't, it's like a stop sign. If we know there's a corner, there's a problem, we don't put a stop sign after you put it before. You don't put it after, it's too late. We need to fix this before this becomes a problem. And that's just the old school. That's Mom and Dad teaching us the old ways. Funny story, I'll be real quick. Last time I was here, so over 40 years ago, I was selling Dickie D ice cream outside City Hall when they had the promenade back in the days. I was sitting out there. So that's how long I've been around Edmonton. And we can see it, and the parking is a big issue right now. And it's a safety concern. I got grandkids coming. My own concern. I'm not 20. I can't run fast anymore. I had my hip replaced. I can't dodge traffic, right? So and there's a lot of older neighbors. One of my neighbors, she used to yell at me as a kid growing up, right? We weren't angels, but there's a respect. So, and parking is a major issue on that corner already without adding an extra density to that area.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. And then Ms. Lowe, I'll ask you a question as well. You had mentioned about the floor area ratio, not understanding that. And that's a question, I'll ask our administration to give
Yeah.
clarification on that, okay?
Right,
To,
I'm very
sure they can
concerned.
explain it much better than I can.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about it.
And they do, give a lot of information, and feel free to reach out anytime if you need an explanation as to what something means, because it
What
can
do you
be
mean
hard
reach out, like to who?
to me. You can.
Yeah, but you don't answer your phone, Miss Principe.
Yes, well, no, you're
No, you
right.
don't.
You're right. We call back.
No, you don't call back either. No, listen, this is an issue, and you need to face this
Yeah.
square on. You don't. When we had
Did you
the
call me and you
individual-
didn't get a
Oh, yes, I
return
did,
phone
and I
call?
told you, you're not getting my vote next time, and you didn't.
Well, I'm sorry about that. That is very sad. I go to the Baldwin Community League
Mm. I was
meetings all
there
the
too.
time.
You and I, we arrived at the same time.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I try to go to all the community league meetings
Yeah.
and try to, and I'm sorry if that happened. I
Yeah, but the phone
apologize.
call, when Danny
Have you tried
mentioned,
sending an email?
The tire slasher, I mean, that was fearful.
Yeah.
That guy had a box cutter, and in our own yard, my husband's friend came over so that they could make packages of Father's Day birdhouses for children to build.
Yeah.
That friend that came over had to change 4 tires, folks.
Wow.
That's $1,500 for that man
Yeah,
to
it's not
spend, and
cheap.
he was volunteering for a good cause, a peaceful cause, a neighborhood cause, a community cause.
Yeah. And do you have access to email?
I do.
Please email anytime. Thank you for sharing that. And another thing you had said was about the sidewalk, right? That was a
Yes.
concern that,
Yeah, exactly. And garbage cans. I don't know why garbage
Yeah.
cans are such an issue for the city.
okay,
That 127th Avenue, people are walking back and forth from the East End, from about 67, 68th Street. They're going to McDonald's. The young mothers are pushing their babies in little carriages. They come back and they sit on that meridian and finish up their burgers or whatever it is, and baby needs a change.
Yeah.
There's no place for that young mother to throw that dirty
so
diaper.
yeah, the garbage cans, there weren't garbage cans placed there.
That's been an
either.
issue. The other thing that's an issue, and we've been talking about this for 50 years, my husband and I, is the speed limit on that avenue.
Yeah.
We have this is the final spot on 127th Avenue and 78th Street and 79th Street. There are 2 speed signs, 60 clicks. That's on the residential side. On the industrial side, Lilydale, JD, whatever, it's 50 clicks. Why are we having the 60 click on the residential side? In the summer, and it's always on a long weekend, you can bet. Hot day, and those guys with those zooming cars and those motors in their
Okay.
cars. Vroom.
Thank you very much. Sorry, that's
you.
Councillor Principe's time there. I appreciate that. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you both very much for being here today and sharing a bit more about your community and your history there. I heard your concern around parking. I know over in Belvedere there were some parking restrictions, some time restrictions put in place to help manage some of the on-street parking, just to stop people from parking on the street, taking the LRT downtown and coming back. Do you have any parking restrictions in Baldwin to help manage some of that on-street parking?
Can I
Yeah, please, yep.
I get where you're coming from, the parking restrictions, and we all know nobody follows them. The city's having a hard time getting cars towed. Cars are parked where they're not supposed to be parked, and they're sitting there. I get it. 30 years ago, we listened to parking signs. You can give them all the tickets you want in the world. They're on their windows. They don't care. And I think that's where, and it's where we have to be proactive and reactive on that. And when you start building a complex, cars become, they multiply. It's like gremlins. We had 1, 2 cars. Now it's 5, 6, 10, and they're not going to respond to that unless they're towed. But right now, the city's in trouble towing for spots. And I get it. I have a business. I got them in front of my shop all the time. It hurts my business. But I've been working with the city, been very patient, been very good with me on that part, towing them. But that end of it, of parking, and this is where it comes down to, and I'll be very quick, where you want communities to get along, strength, right? But I remember my dad used to say, why does a guy park in front of my house? Doesn't he have his own parking stall? That's an old Italian guy talking. I'm going, but Dad, you just can't, it's not your stall, but I pay taxes. I get it. But you know what? We're neighbors. We'll talk to them. The communication. That was easy. But now you try that and talk to somebody, what's going to happen? And everybody knows in this room, it's going to be a confrontation. It's not going to be a civil, how can we work this out? I've tried, they call me the neighborhood watchman. I'm on it. Like, I'm up and down that area because I'm young enough. I'm young enough to do it, and one day I won't be. But right now, you have to go back and past and look, and there's nothing wrong with improving. I'm never against that, but what's it gonna cost? And that area there, and if you took a drive down there, just 5 minutes, and just drove, and even a walk, and you'll understand that corner's blind. You can't see because they come up from McDonald's up the road there. And if you want to even go farther, which I did, I went into the police reports because my name's in there. Not for being a criminal, it's from helping out. And my name's in there a lot because I'm trying to help the neighborhood. I don't close a blind eye to it. But that corner is a bad corner now.
Okay, well, that's a good flag, and definitely something I'll ask our city staff,
Yeah,
just in
that's
terms
all.
of those
It's just-
sight lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, I live in a 15-story condo, so I have lots of neighbors, and I think it is possible to have those civil conversations with our neighbors, even when it's at the higher density. I appreciated your comment around strength in numbers and opportunities to welcome new folks in. But yeah, thank you both again so much
Can I
for.
ask one question? And I didn't, just one question. How many of you live in the area, in the neighborhood you grew up in on council? That live in the neighborhood you grew up in?
Close, but.
No, but in the neighborhood. This is where it's hard to, that's where the emotion kicks in.
Yeah.
That's where the homestead, that's where it's in my heart. It's always in my heart. It's not on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
It's what's here.
Absolutely, and we have those connections to home, and I think, when I think about where I grew up, there aren't any housing options that work for my family in that neighborhood. There's only large single detached homes, which we just don't have the time to maintain, and so that's one of the reasons I can't live there. So, I think that's what we're also trying to do, is introduce these homes that allow people, we call it, it's like being able to live your whole life in the neighborhood. I only have 30 seconds left, but happy to hear from you, Ms. Lowe.
Well, it's actually for everyone. The scuttlebutt on the street in the neighborhood, when you look at this map, where this is, there's another piece of property that has just recently been sold that is going around scuttlebutt, that they're going to do the same thing with that this Structura group is going to do.
Okay.
With both, yeah. So, you're filling us up, and
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. And before I go into questions, I want to say my heart swelled hearing your stories, because it's, as another councillor that represents the north side and has had the privilege of, you've nailed it with the community and the sense of community, and how many people, tell me they've lived in their house for 60 years and they love their neighborhood and they look out for one another. So I just want to say that my heart swelled when you were telling those stories. I do want to ask about, as we're here today and we're looking at this rezoning, I looked up the Baldwin neighborhood on the infill, and Baldwin has actually had, since its peak population, over 1,500 loss in residents. So it's actually one of the biggest, like when you look at the map, you can see like they're kind of yellow, red, green, and Baldwin is actually red because it's had such a population loss from its peak. Right. So how do you think that's been affecting the community? Well, and will this, and something like this will actually help bring it back to where it was at its peak?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there.
Erin.
Erin.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't see. Yeah. something's happening in our community that I can't nail down, but somebody is buying up a lot of houses, one after another, and renting them out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is the challenge with, and this is why I always struggle as somebody that's very community focused, and community development is my background.
Right.
At public hearing, we're not allowed to consider a lot of things that we know mean a lot and are important to community, but they're not factors that we can consider in land use. So for example, we can control the type of use, so whether it's residential or commercial, for example, but we can't control if it's renters or owners, as an example. We can control the use, but not the user of that. So that's where the tension is. So even if, no matter where it is, we can't control, whatever we decide with today,
Right.
whether they're renters or owners is not a consideration we can consider.
Right.
But I hear you, because I also looked at the stats, and you're right, there is an influx. Like, Baldwin is actually doing pretty heavy lifting when it comes to infill.
Yep,
You have
that's right.
44 new in 2025 alone, 44 new semi-detached, 40 new row houses, and 5 new
Like
apartments.
somebody outside of these chambers, somebody is planning something.
Well, I think what's
that
happening,
has
what I've
big
seen.
money that I don't have.
Yeah, what I would say is happening, because I've seen it, and I talked about this even with some of our affordable housing conversations, is the land value in neighborhoods like Baldwin, Calder, they're more enticing for developers because they can get the land at a lot less than they can in,
Okay, you're right, Erin, and let's take a look at 82nd
Sorry, I didn't mean to point at
Street
you, but.
on 82nd Street and 128A Avenue.
Yeah.
Next door to the parking lot of the credit union.
Yeah.
That's an empty lot for 5 years, did you say, Dan? For 5 years. It's a garbage dump. People throw their tires in there. We phone the 311 and it doesn't get done. Does this grandma at 79 have to go out there and clean up that lot? I'm just about there, because I can't stand the garbage.
Yeah.
So
I'm hearing.
that's property that could take on commercial.
Yeah.
We don't want commercial in our neighborhood because, as Danny says, it's going to increase our traffic. Now, the only other thing, in my view, is taking a look on 124th Street and 107 Ave, 111 Ave. There's an apartment building that's raised off of the ground on pillars, and the folks park underneath.
Yeah, I've seen that in Inglewood too.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean, that's an option for them to think about.
I think what's important to recognize is, even though we don't have parking minimums in the zone, that doesn't mean parking won't be provided, but that's definitely something I'll ask administration about in terms of the market analysis, and I want to know kind of what parking has been, ratios have been provided in Baldwin. But at the end of the day, again, I really appreciate that you're here. I know this is changing, and if there's any way that I can support your counselor in some of the other issues that are external from the public hearing, I'm always happy to advocate for the north side, so.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for being here and sharing your stories. Danny, I'll go to you. Quick shout out, Dickety Ice Cream. My brother sold Dickety Ice Cream, so I remember it well. And to answer your question, I'm born and raised in Edmonton. I don't live in the community I grew up. It's a few blocks west, but I do get to represent it, so I'm very proud of that. I guess kind of my question is, where would you think would be a better site for this, knowing that there's a couple of condo buildings right behind it? Like, are we looking more towards 81st Street, 82nd? What do you think?
And here's the thing, nobody's opposing building something there. Like, there was 2 nice homes built a block over, single-family homes, beautiful, right? It made the neighborhood nice, they have their parking, and I brought pictures, but I'm not a technical guy, so I couldn't do it on the screen there, because I'm an old school guy. That's my son-in-law to help me with this. It's hard to get in here to do this, because give me a carburetor, I'll fix it. Give me this, I'm lost. I'm totally lost, because it's very difficult for Alice and I, older generation, to get in here. But at the end of the day, nobody's opposing for something. The only thing that breaks my heart, it's not a derelict home. It's a wonderful home that if a young family bought, they could live there. But they're destroying good valued homes at the end of the day. And I guess that's where our biggest issue is. Why destroy something? But at the end of the day, if they had those two little, I don't know what they call them, like the single family homes, like they just built down the street from us, because that was a corner lot. Beautiful. Everybody loves it. They have their own parking, their garage, good neighbors. It actually molds in the neighborhood. Better siding because it's all new technology. But nobody has an issue. There's not one neighbor. We love it. We're like, wow. But when you're going to put a high-rise, I call it, with 3 stories, 30 people, the traffic, and then commercial underneath between hair salons, weed shops, liquor stores. I'm just in awe because I'm an old person. I've never seen so many liquor stores and weed shops in Edmonton all my life. There used to be 4 liquor stores in Edmonton. That was each corner of the city. We have hair salons, we have daycares, we have all that amenities on 80. We don't need any more on the inside. We're fighting a battle already. There's on the 82nd Street. And if you look down 82nd Street, all the way down to Jasper Ave, what do you see left and right side? Apartment buildings. That's a main drag. That makes sense. Buses. People want to get back and forth. But when you bring it into residential, that doesn't make sense to me. That just doesn't make sense to me. Nobody's opposing building homes, apartments. Yes, the old apartments behind Tim Hortons 82nd Street. That's the old parents that had problems, divorced, they were single, low income. Go for a drive in the low income areas. You know what you'll see in their driveways? BMWs, Mercedes, Audis. That's not low income. I think that needs to be fixed because that's not low income people in there. People are taking advantage of the system. And it's hurting now everybody. I lived there my whole life, so I can speak because I have facts. And Mom always told me, if you don't have facts, don't speak. But I'm just telling you, I've lived there, I've seen it. Nobody's opposed to building something there. But what scale? Let's make sense of it. Let's make sense of what we're putting there. Because it's an improvement. I get it. It's improvement. We all pay taxes. I pay taxes. You pay taxes. Nobody has a problem paying taxes. But when you pay taxes, you're not heard. That's where the problem comes into. No, you're not going to please everybody. I spent 40 years in the service business dealing with customers and clients. You're not going to please everybody. If you guys brought your cars to a mechanic shop and had to pay every time something was wrong, but they made the mistake, would you keep paying? You're going to go, whoa, you guys keep making a mistake. Why am I keep footing the bill? That's how we feel on the reverse side of it. Taxes got to be paid. Buildings got to be built. Get it. But let's choose what we build. Right? Money is important, but what's the long-term, short-term gain? What's going to happen long-term? That's what we got to look at down the road. That's just where, but nobody's opposed a building, just what? That's all.
I got you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, ma'am, I do appreciate you taking your time to come out today because I can truly feel it. We all can hear how this is significant and impactful in your communities. I just want to ask, because one of the things that I look at as I still consider myself quite new here on council is that I look at the feedback from people, from citizens in a neighborhood. And I just want to find out, have you been talking to your neighbors and your colleagues to find out what their feedback is? And the reason I ask that is because when I look at the information provided by administration, they said like for the first mail out, went to 75 citizens and 9 opposed. And the second mail out went out to 234 citizens and 2 in opposition. So when I read that document, in my mind, and I know it's very subjective here in opinion, I look at that and go, so it sounds like the community is not opposed to that because very few people spoke against it. But I'd like to get some insight. Have you been talking to your neighbors and your friends and your relatives to get feedback?
Absolutely. We talk to our neighbors and our friends, yes. And some of them are not the nicest people to talk to about this issue. Let me tell you that what you're looking at, or at least the way I understand what you're looking at, is that there's been more than this sent out. This is the only piece of paper I received. Nobody phoned me to say, are you in favor of this? The other thing that I find really disturbing is this. We get this. So please join us on April 18th from 1 to 3 at Delwood. We have friends in Delwood. We're not just sticking in one little hole. We're out there in other communities, but I received this on April 20th. Meeting is finished. I can't go to that. At least I could make the one to my own community at Baldwin, which was very good, by the way. So I'm thinking that somehow, somewhere, from what I'm understanding from you, Mike, I think, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we're not getting everything that we should be getting, or we're getting half, or half of us are getting.
And I know I'm limited on time as well, and I understand your perspective from a citizen such as yourself, because we've heard this before about the engagement. What would you like to see more as engagement? Because I know when you talked about getting a phone call, I think that's very taxing on the administration to call every resident. That will be difficult. But is there another mechanisms that you would see that would be beneficial to help you with that?
Well, if you call someone like me, there's 10 people there. I don't know.
Can I say something?
Sir, any insight? Yes, please.
So I'm glad you brought the data up about the letters being sent out. So there's a house on the corner lot that hasn't been there for 5 years. Talked to Liam, letter was sent there. You sent letters to the post office. You sent letters to the 2 apartment buildings with 25 people in each. You sent letters to rental houses, to landlords that never got. The 12 that you respond are the 12 people that are there, but you sent letters to industrial companies behind us. So if you break that all down, our percentage is like 80%, not 10, because the letters that were sent out were sent out. Nobody, and the letters, some of them you sent out were 12 blocks away. Doesn't affect them. When we tried building a garage, we had to have letters within our neighborhood, the people that could see it. That was the value. That's a percentage. But a lot of the letters sent out, you said you can get 12 feedback, but when you send it to companies, they sent them to McDonald's, the post office, like companies that, and people that rent. Do you think the landlords got the letter? Probably not. And there's a lot of rentals. There's 6 rentals in that area right there. So they're not going to say nothing. So it looks low. But if you reverse the numbers and look at the response, it's strong. It's a strong, and it's affecting the 12 to 14 houses that are facing there. Isn't that what we're talking about? Not down the road, 25 blocks or 2 blocks or 6 blocks. It's what's in front of us.
Okay.
Right? So that's because I broke that down, and I'm glad you asked that question.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time, but I appreciate your response.
Thank you. Councillor Wright? Oh, God. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Lowe, the mailings that you received there, you've got the one from the city.
Yep.
Okay. And on the back, is there not contact information as to who the planning officer is with phone number and email?
It says contact city staff, Liam Kachkar, and I phoned that number to register myself to come here today.
Okay, but you didn't call earlier to provide any other feedback or
No,
get
this
any
is all
more
I
information?
got.
Okay.
That's why, yeah.
Okay, and then the other one that you've got there, is that from City of Edmonton?
Well, it's from my counselor.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So
Councillor
I
Principe's
don't know
newsletter.
if that's a personal thing. I'm thinking it's a city thing, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm wrong.
Because I know I sent out a newsletter, and it didn't quite make it to residents before a meeting that I was coordinating as well. And so I know Canada Post is a little bit behind in sending out some of those mailers. So, yeah, that's probably why you didn't get that in time. We all kind of feel the pain, I think. Yeah, because I notice in the report, it does talk about, the number of notifications that were sent out within a wider, the initial one was sent out within a 60-meter radius, the next one was 120, and we only got, from the first one, there was only 9 responses, and of the 234 that received the second mail out, there was only 3 responses. And so I guess the city, our administration does what they can, but if people don't respond or don't show any interest.
I guess what I'm surprised at is that I must have been the 3rd one, because that's the only piece of paper I've got.
Okay, and
Yeah.
that, yeah, because it was sent out, both the original ones within the 60 meter also received the second notice of 120, within the 120 meters, so. I'm just trying to understand
Sure.
if there's a better way, and I think Councillor Elliott was talking about that as well, is there a better way to communicate to the community?
Do you have an answer for that?
There is. That neighborhood's an older neighborhood, and I'm a Gen X. I'm not a computer person. It's hard for us to fumble through, even to jump here, to how to organize this, because I didn't know how. I'm not, like I said, a door-to-door thing. If it really means a door-to-door, talk to a person door-to-door, right? Because sending an email, trying to voice the older generation, I'm bad, they're worse than me. Right? And that's just life. That's just evolution of everything. Right?
I got you beat, I'm a baby boomer, so,
but we
and I'm
gotta
managing a couple computers right now.
Yeah, but we got to respect, we're not in a day-to-day, and that area is not a day, that's a blue collar, Baldwin's been there forever. A door-to-door, like talking to people, like, and that's what we do as a community. And I think we're gonna get more feedback, because a lot of times, and it's not a trap, but if you don't know how to respond, or you check your emails, or even texting, you're not getting the right information. You're not.
So as we head into our 4-year budget discussion, there's a cost to being able to go out and do
Correct.
door-to-door.
Correct.
So,
But there's a cost of us here too.
okay, and are you connected with the community league as well? Because I mean, that's a lot of times, that's how we do, we rely on the community leagues as well to help filter out some of that
We're all
information.
connected. There's always something going on. As a business owner, I look after my community, and other communities. But as a business owner, I focus on that. Don't forget where I came from. That's my motto, my roots, and this and that. But I think communication is our biggest failure with everything. That's our biggest failure. Sending a letter out, sending this, sending that. Nobody gets it, and some people, they don't get their information, even from the post office. They get email. Like, I'm bad for it, right? Lucky my kids, will check that stuff for me. It'll be like, oh, you didn't answer this? I almost forgot to register, because they sent the email and go, oh, geez, and it was last night. Like, oh, God, here we go. I'm going to lose. I can't go see them. But that generation doesn't know how. But I think somebody going out, and I get it, but it's going to save a lot of headaches, a lot of money in the long run of what can be built and just getting a feedback. And if nobody wants to speak at the time, fair. And I see your point. You're getting so many things back, okay, nobody cares. But we do care. And there's a lot of renters in the neighborhood. And when Aaron said the population, the houses aren't getting torn down in Baldwin. There's not like you're saying, well, the houses are disappearing, the population is getting less in Baldwin, it's a red. It's not a red. Nobody's just registering who's living there. The houses aren't disappearing. The houses are all there. There's only 3 houses I know torn down, but the people aren't registering who's there, so it makes your number look red, because nobody's registering to live there.
Thank you.
That's the problem.
Thank you very
My
much.
time is up. Thank you very much.
Councillor Tay.
I see your hand up. Hang on, I'll come to you. Don't disagree with some of the points made today. Communication is something I think everybody, not just the city, struggle with and try to do better at, so thank you for the input. Alice, earlier in your presentation, you said you wanted this development to be consistent with other parts of the neighborhood.
Right.
By consistent, do you mean with the single-family homes?
No, I'm talking about the 2 condominiums. In my day, they were called apartment buildings. They are 3-story tall.
The 3-story tall, yeah, I see those
rather
as
than
well.
4.
Yeah, so what if I said that those two apartments are also RMH16, which is what this application is trying to get to? So they are actually trying to be consistent for that block, that strip right there.
But the notice says 4 stories, I think.
Correct. So those apartments, they could be 4 stories, but the property owner decided to keep it right now at that level. So from a zone perspective, this application is trying to be consistent. And sometimes, what the final design at this stage in council, we don't know what the final design is going to be. But I guess I just, because you mentioned that, so I just wanted to
Yeah,
point
yeah.
that out.
Well, it's not consistent if they go to 4 rather than 3. If they keep it at 3, that's consistency, and that's the meaning of the word to me.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess we're kind of talking about two different meanings of consistency, that you want to see consistent with what you see in front of you, the final design, right? And whereas when we look at applications, we are looking at the zone and what it's allowed to do, what you can do.
Okay, so you're saying that zone can go 4 stories or more?
It
Is that
could,
right?
but it's not, right? Because the property owner hasn't decided to change anything about what they already have. So anyways, I just wanted to maybe point that out. So,
Yeah.
so thanks for
Yeah.
clarifying that
Yeah.
definition for you.
Thank you, Karen. I'd like to just talk to Joanne for half a moment, if I could. You were talking about Baldwin Community League. Back in 2019, when we had our meeting at our home, I asked Serenia, why is not the Baldwin Community League involved in this? Answer, we don't want them involved.
Interesting. Thank you for that historical context. Anyways, appreciate you both for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Not many more questions. Thanks both for being here. I wanted to just touch base on the engagement piece again and maybe to understand, because I get and fully agree that not everyone's going to see the mail-outs. Sometimes date timing doesn't work out. One of the changes we made years ago, and I think it applied here, and I want to just confirm, is that we also required that signage gets placed right on the site so that neighbors right by it can see the sign that something is being proposed. And I believe they had to have it, so I just wanted to get your take, because again, like, even if nobody gets the mail-outs, if nobody gets anything else, there's something that's there right on the property that says, hey, there's a change being proposed, and you can provide feedback. So it looks like you have some thoughts.
So, great question. There's supposed to be a sign there. It was never put up until we called the citizens. So why is there no sign up there? They had no sign up. They had 0. And this was just people talking, the house got, because I knew the old owners that sold it.
Yep.
We had to get Liam to get the sign put up because the builder wasn't putting the sign up. To me, you don't put the sign up, they go through all this process, and bingo, nobody knew about it.
Yeah. How long was the sign up for? And sorry, I know there's other hands that'll come, but for
Because
folks.
the sign, it wasn't up there at all. Like, we had to force them to put the sign up.
But I guess how long was it up for?
Over a month it wasn't. We didn't even know we knew it was going on, but there was no signage of what's happening in the neighborhood.
Correct. Yeah, sorry. I guess what I'm curious about is, once the sign did go up, how long between the sign going up and the public hearing today? Like, was it up for a week or 3 weeks, or I can ask administration too, but
2-3 months maybe.
Okay.
At a time.
yeah.
Maybe not even a month.
Yeah.
And it blew down twice and they didn't put it back
Okay.
up.
Okay. No, that's yeah. And I think that was part of the question, because I appreciate that, and we'll check in with admin. So the bigger question, and this is the struggle we face across a lot of mature neighborhoods, and the neighborhood I spent a lot of time in, 20 plus years in. We see that a lot of older neighborhoods, and I think I've been through Baldwin a few different times, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, because you have the history having been there, that outside of, I think, the new building, which is the Village on 66th Street, there aren't any other newer apartment buildings in that community, correct?
There's actually the builder that's trying to get this place is actually the builder of that other building on 66th Street beside St. Francis School.
St. Francis School, so
And
there's
that's
another
at
building
40.
there.
But that makes sense. It's on a main
Yeah.
drag, and those homes behind there are going to be gone because they're derelict homes. That's the same builder that's building on 66th Street.
Oh, yeah, that's the one, yeah, right across the avenue from the church
Yeah.
there, right?
Yeah,
So
which makes
that's,
sense.
yeah.
That's LRT, kids, I get it.
And so I guess, and I don't know, and maybe you know the history, so those two apartment buildings on 81st Street, they've obviously been there, I'm guessing, since the 1970s. They look like a 1970s style apartment. Councillor Tang talked about this, that the zoning does allow them, if they wanted to rebuild tomorrow, they could rebuild. And And we are hoping that we'll start to see more newer buildings in older neighborhoods, because I think what a lot of older communities face is that, you know, we want people to stay in their home as long as possible, but sometimes health reaches a point where you can't maintain a home. And then do you have options to move into if you wanted to stay within the community? And I think you have a couple on 66, and I'm wondering, is that enough, like, to fill the demand of an aging neighborhood? So if tomorrow, and I hope it doesn't happen, but if tomorrow you woke up, you couldn't maintain your single family home and you wanted to stay in the neighborhood, do you have enough options right now in your neighborhood to stay in the neighborhood?
So those apartments, 1970 were
Yeah,
built, correct.
because a lot of those wouldn't have elevators, right?
No,
Most
they
of the
wouldn't.
1970s are all walk-ups.
So we've been, like I said, I have history there,
Yeah.
58 years of, right? It's like a campfire. You don't add gas and fire to it. Those two apartments are campfires that are just keeping you warm. You add fuel, it's gonna be out of control. We've been maintaining those two apartments with the crime, the suicides in there, the people, the transient people in there. If you looked at the back alley, stacks of mattresses and tables and garbage, it's a transient thing. Why we wanna add more of that there? We can't maintain what we have now. We're gonna add more to it. If the accountability is onto the landlords and they kept it clean, like it used to be back in the day,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have the issue.
So landlords, you're finding right now the current owners aren't
They
maintaining
don't
those
care.
spaces.
They
So.
just want their money and they don't care about who's got to deal with it. The residents, the long-term people, and that's where the problem is. Like if it was maintained, do you think we'd be here? Not a chance.
Probably not. Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
wouldn't be here.
No, I appreciate that. I'm out of time, but I will move another round of questions.
Seconds. Please vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Oh, wait, it's not me.
Please display the vote.
I confused myself.
That's carried, and I.
Actually, do you mind hanging on to it for just a
Yeah, of course. Thank you. So I believe Councillor Principe?
Thank
Over
you,
to you.
Chair Stevenson. So I do have a question. A lot of other questions were answered already. So from my understanding, it's not necessarily that you're against a new development or infill. You're just concerned about the potential height, correct?
Potential height, sorry, Danny, potential height as well. It's a box.
And volume of how many.
And volume,
volume.
like the,
Yeah.
okay, the site
Yeah.
coverage.
Yeah.
Yes,
for sure.
okay.
So some of our new Canadians have 5, 6, 7, 8 children. Are you going to put that family in a 2-bedroom apartment, condo?
Right, and I know the
Really?
city has taken great strides in trying to make sure that we're having larger units. So we've been really trying to be proactive in
Yes.
supporting
Well,
that
and,
type.
and Baldwin too, back in the day, I mean, this is federal politics when Kerry Diott in his first term, there was a lot of maps just placed in Baldwin. And suddenly our culture has changed, suddenly our neighborhood has changed, suddenly we have more people than what we are designed for. And if you're going to design it differently to accommodate all of that, then yeah, come to us and be fair. Be fair. And the same thing with the big business builders here, the structure group. Be fair with us. There, on the property that we live in, there could be some, if clever design, it needs a clever design, a welcoming design, not a box on our property. That's what I would like to see. Yeah, we're 79, my husband's 81. Our health for both of us is not good anymore. What do we do? And do we have enough resources in our community, the mayor asked. What would I need? I would need nursing. What would my husband need? Probably the same. I mean, that's a healthcare question now. Now suddenly we're working into that. But do we need someplace smaller? Yeah, we do. We have 3,200 square feet that the two of us rattle around in. Be great for a family of 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, and my apologies that the mail didn't get to you. It was very disappointing for me as well. So
I'm
sorry
sure.
about that. Yeah,
It
it was very
must have
disappointing
been,
for me as well. And again, apologies for not returning your call. I don't actually have a record of it, so we must have missed it somehow. Apologies
Oh,
for
well,
that.
that was years ago when we had the tire slasher running around. I shouldn't say years ago, maybe 2 years ago now.
Well, thank you both for being here.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for speakers in opposition, so now we'll move to questions of administration. The two of you are welcome to stay seated there if you like, or you can go back to your regular seats. There might be a chance after questions of administration, members of council may have questions for you again, so feel free to hang out there because you've got the space and it's a relaxing spot. But we'll move on to questions of administration, starting with Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first off, can you explain FAR?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Floor area ratio, or FAR, is essentially looking at the site size, and it limits the amount of building floor area you can have. So if you think of the entire site as being built out edge to edge, that would be an FAR of 1. So you could either build it out and have it be really big, like the whole site coverage, or you could squeeze it in and make it taller. But the coverage area, the total amount of floor space has to stay the same. So for an FAR of 2.3, you could have 2.3 times your total site area, but you have setbacks and things that squish that building in and just help it get a little bit taller to accommodate that space. Is that helpful, Councillor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. And then another concern we heard was about the signage. The signage, what is our, first of all, what's legally required and what is our practice and what did we do in this case?
Yeah, the sign needs to be up 21 days before public hearing. In this instance, we had a windstorm. The sign was put back up after it was brought down, and there was a delay bringing the file to public hearing so that we can meet our obligations on that.
Okay, great. And there were 2 mailouts, but there were different, like the second mailout, it was an extended area, is that correct?
That's correct. During the first mailout, one of the comments that was heard by Liam was that they wanted to have a larger impact. There was more people that were interested in it, so the area was expanded to accommodate that.
Okay, and then I think my other questions would be the engagement. So in general, the engagement is beyond what we're legislated to do?
Yes, the legislative requirements so that we advertise in the paper or do a public hearing notice mail out within, for 60 meters for property owners. The City of Edmonton also believes that we should be reaching out to people who are renting in those spaces as well as occupants of different spaces.
Okay, and it gets sent to the community league as well?
Also
correct?
got sent to this community league as well as Killarney as well. I believe that's to the west.
Not far away. Okay, great, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up on the concern around visibility at the corner and blind spots. Just wondering if that's part of the review that happens at the development permit stage.
It does.
Okay.
Yes, once the design is done, the development officer will look for the corner cut requirement and sight lines, given that this is a corner site. So it will be solidified through that process.
Great, and they can require changes or further setbacks to ensure that that visibility is maintained?
Correct, and sometimes it's the cars that are parked very close to the intersection. That's another element. So
Right.
if that's the case, then there is a signage needed or some enforcement kicks in.
Okay, great. Yeah, so that was one of my other questions, is that we do have the ability to add some parking signage or restrictions to help manage both those sight lines and then also the turnover of parking.
That's, if you're alluding to the parking program, this neighborhood doesn't have any. Belvedere does, as you mentioned. But that body of work is underway in terms of looking at and modernizing the residential parking program.
Great, great. So new tools to sort of manage how that on-street parking happens. Okay, well, great. Thank you very much. Those were all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Just a clarifying question for a minute. So if this, some of the changes we made a little while ago just in the RSM zone, would this come back for approval as well, or have we already made those changes?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. We were looking at the changes to the RS
Yeah.
zone in the zoning bylaw, which changed the height, as well as looking at the policy within the district plan, which considered where to include RSM.
Correct, yeah.
So this was reviewed with the policy as it exists now. Because what we did is we did a review under both because it was under consideration. And then when the decision was made to approve the policy changes as you did, we used that moving forward with the application for public hearing.
Okay, so this has that context.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's still the same thing. Okay, great. And just kind of clarify, just on the communication side for the mailers, and just 'cause maybe I don't know this, is it supposed to go to businesses and homes? Is that always kind of been the case within the radius?
Absolutely. We have to notify landowners that are adjacent to that. And so that would include business owners as well. CN would be if they were within the distance as well. Governments would be if they owned land within that area. But again, the city of Edmonton has included in their practice people who are occupying those spaces. So that would be business owners who might be leasing a space. It would include renters. It would include, sorry, I think that covers it.
And I guess for this specific location, include Canada Post, which seems kind of weird because they'd be sending out our own mailer.
I mean, I like to receive notifications from the city of Edmonton, even though I work here. So
Yeah, I
think
guess okay. They get it, send it back up and send us the bill. And then when you're talking about just a uniform block, you're talking about just like kind of really to the alley there, and then with the other two apartment buildings, and this would be in that kind of context, is sort of your suggestion, maybe not the one that's, I think, south of it?
That's correct. So the block in this case that we were looking at is it goes from the alley to the street, from the north to the south. That would all now be one contiguous zone. And so it just allows for opportunities of consistency. It would allow for potential redevelopment as one larger development if they wanted to do that with multiple buildings. So there's just more opportunity here, and it again maintains that consistency. The other piece it does is bring back the setback a little bit more from the northern edge.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a few follow-up questions. And this has kind of been a bit of something that we've discussed before around, I know it's not required to have parking in our zones, like there's no minimum parking requirements. But I think it confuses people because now our published data and open data doesn't include any parking numbers, because parking is still being required, and not required, is being developed in a lot of cases, even though there's no parking required because there's a market demand for that. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm going to let Faisal go with that question.
Sure.
That's fair to say, that it is based on the type of product an applicant is bringing forward and the demographic they are looking to capitalize on. And it varies. Some parking is generally provided, but applicant can confirm if they have any plans over here.
Sure, I can go back to the applicant on new information. Do we have any updated data on the amount of parking ratio for Baldwin? I know I did that inquiry back in 2025, but I'm just wondering.
Administration did provide a memo in response to that last year.
Yeah, I'm just specifically asking about Baldwin in any updated.
Not in this area.
What was the parking ratio in that memo?
So generally speaking, we saw that in the mature neighborhoods, it was in the realm of 0.5 per unit. But as we go in the developing areas, that ratio increased. And it obviously was varying between different neighborhoods as well.
Yeah.
So this is very much at a
average. Does Mr. Pollock have that? Do you remember?
Sorry, in the memo itself, it said that major development permits, approximately 0.89 parking spaces were being provided per dwelling unit, while in the RS zone, we were delivering the about the 0.5 for the row housing product.
For Baldwin?
Yeah. Or no, for citywide, but we don't have we do not have Baldwin specific parking data.
I remember in the memo there was a table that highlighted any neighborhoods that had infill, the ratios, because I remember there were specific ratios for Calder and Lauderdale.
Yeah, so for North Central District, it was about 0.64.
0.64, okay.
Oh,
I've got .4 for Baldwin, Councillor.
0.4. Okay, interesting. Okay. I'll go to the applicant at the right time just to ask about that, because that seems to be a major concern, and I think there probably would be market demand, so I'll ask that. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, you said the notifications go out to the landowners. So that's in addition to the renters in the apartment building? So
That's correct, Councillor. So the way it works is we have the titles for all the pieces of property. It gets mailed to the address that is registered on title for the owner. And sometimes more than one person may participate in a land ownership. And if there's more than one address, that would go out to all owners for that, in addition to the residence or the unit itself. So if you occupy that space, you will also get that at the house that you're occupying. And if it's duplicated, then we also address that so as to, again, be responsible with the funds.
Okay, perfect. And if we were to have people go out door to door, what would be the cost?
That's a great question, but not relevant to a land use public hearing. Yeah,
Okay,
that's a great
sorry.
question during budget, but not at all relevant for our land use public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Georgi, I had mentioned about McDonald's getting notifications. Would that be important to them if they're looking to hire youth from the community for their 80 new stores that they're putting in across Canada?
I mean, Councillor, what they use the information for is not always entirely disclosed to us, but I think that it's important that we're meeting our MGA requirements and that we continue to make sure that everyone is apprised of the changes that are happening that may have an impact to them.
So it's not just residents that we're required. We are required under the MGA. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I see for our administration. So at this point in time, do any members of council have additional questions related to new information arising during the public hearing? So any new information, please click on the board to members of council if you have any questions for our administration, our speakers in opposition, or our speakers in favor. If you have any questions on that. I think Councillor Rutherford, I thought, was clicking or had questions. There she is. There we go. Councillor Rutherford.
I pressed it. It was just a lag time. So yeah, just to the applicant. Are they online?
They are, yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
Just wondering what your plans are relating to parking and any kind of market. I mean, I guess I can't say market. Any kind of assessments you've done around your plan for parking, or have you done that yet?
We have talked to our architect team regarding parking, and there is a potential that we looked at is providing like parking underneath half the building, like raise one half and providing parking underneath. The biggest thing we are looking at is when we do go to market, we have to ensure, as we will own the building, we have to ensure that we get the right clientele. Because if we don't get the right clientele, then we'll have a lot of issues, with bad tenants or a lot of headaches. So this is also a business strategy to ensure that we get long-term tenants for the community, and that will entail enough parking. Obviously, we cannot go one for one. We are wanting to use the Edmonton transit system, the way the city has provided a lot of money for the LRT. So that is the goal, is for Edmontonians to use the transit, and that's why this location was strategically picked. But we would provide parking as much as possible, suitable for as many tenants as we can.
Yeah, so I'm, again, while it can't be a land use consideration in the terms of you could, because it's not in the zone, you could do whatever. What I'm hearing is, because you are invested in the long term in this parcel, that is a consideration that you'll be putting forward in your development.
Correct, and it does come into play. And I know the previous years for developments, there was no restriction for parking. It is changing now, especially for funding criteria. There's a lot of funders out there that want parking for the residents because they want to also be safe that they are funding a product for longevity. So it all comes into play, but moving down the road, it looks like not just this development, but for the city of Edmonton, parking will become more and more of a important topic for sure. So we're trying our best to include as much parking as we can. We just have to make sure that the project is still feasible with how much we're doing.
It's always a tension, right, between how many beds and how many stalls.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, quick question, just for the applicant, just hearing from kind of our speakers from the community, would you be open to keeping, when you're doing the consideration, keeping the height kind of similar to what those other two apartment buildings are behind it?
We would consider, to be honest, though, we would have to look at our like rate of return, our financial thing, because at certain times with buildings like this, it all depends on how much money you're going to spend in construction versus how much rent you're going to pay back. So it has to be feasible from a business standpoint. Like I said, as long as our numbers can work financially and development wise, we want to have long-term tenants with support from the community. We don't want any issues down the road. To be honest, I can't promise that will be that exact height as the other buildings because it really relies on our financial numbers. But like I said, our goal is to be involved with the community and try our best so that, this building is kind of a staple to the community and more of a positive reinforcement than more of a burden.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Just on that, and I guess this is sort of the tension point, because I've heard a reference that you might want to do parking sort of underneath the building, but not underground. And I imagine if you do that, then you probably would want to have 4 stories versus 3, because then essentially you're losing a floor to parking. So that, I imagine, is that part of the trade-off conversation you would be going through to our applicant?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, so we actually have looked at parking above ground, but we have looked at as well as parking underground for, let's say, half the building. It works very finely on having some tenants if we need to in the basement, because having full parking underground is extremely expensive.
Yeah.
So it all depends on, again, those numbers, but we have looked at scenarios where we could do half the building underground with our, utility rooms or whatnot, and then potentially the other half with some tenants. So at least we're generating a little bit of income, but providing more parking. So that is definitely an option. It's a bit of a unique design. It's a little more money to build, but at the end of the day, if the numbers work, I think it'll go a long way with even being advertising the tenancy, because of the city of Edmonton right now, there's a lot of units out there for rent. So it really comes down to, instead of building just something just to build, it's more about building something that's very attractive because it's a competitive market out there.
Yeah. That's helpful. Yeah, I guess I imagine that's, we heard from residents, our speakers in opposition, who certainly are interested in parking, but also when you put in parking, it as you've noted, it can drive up that. So it's finding that right balance of trying to help address what we've heard, and at the same time creating a product that's going to be good for everyone. So, okay. I think maybe the only other question, I've heard, from our speakers in opposition, just a bit about their concerns, and while, and our legal team will be very clear that whether it's rented or owned is not a viable consideration. And, I often will talk about in public hearings that generally speaking, there isn't a direct correlation between renters and crime. And so I would offer that. But what is your plan for community engagement? It sounds like you are looking to be part of the community here, unlike maybe some of the other folks that own buildings in the neighborhood. So have you planned that out, what that looks like in terms of engagement with neighbors, and sort of developing that long-term relationship?
We don't have a specific plan right now. Like I said before, we are very open to it because, again, we do want input from the community. I think at this point we would, because we have to ensure before we invest, hundreds of thousands of dollars just to do a potential design for this, we have to ensure that we are able to move in that direction. Once that comes about, we want to have something concrete to show the public or show the community, to say this is what we're planning to build. Again, we want all feedback. There's obviously feedback that, some of just don't want the building, but we would look at as what compromises can we do that we can still afford to do versus what, positives does the community need. Like more of even establishing a nice looking building goes a long way in the community versus just doing, gray colors or just a box in the community. It's kind of like an eyesore. So even doing that, it does cost more to build, but it's more of a feature building. That's what we're kind of going into. And we would look at community engagement, but we don't have an exact plan yet because we're still in the planning phase of the final design of what we're potentially looking to build or how we can fit everything that we've heard from today and future our previous items in the city that we heard from other communities.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take the chair back.
Chair is
I'll go to
returned.
Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question for our legal team. When we are considering rezoning, we should always kind of consider maximum build, correct? Not what intentions are, because things can change and zonings don't typically change.
That's correct, Councillor Principe. The intentions of the current owner, I don't think the discussion is offside, but
Right.
what you are approving is the bundle of rights or not approving.
Okay.
So that's what's before council, and discussions of what they intend to build or what parking they intend to provide, those aren't binding.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I don't see any other members of council on the board for questions related to new information. So at this point in time, it would be appropriate to take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Jans. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0.
I'll move first reading.
Councillor Jans has moved first reading. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Those wishing to speak to it, please click on the board. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. These are never easy. I want to start by thanking the speakers for coming today. Your passion for the Baldwin neighborhood is evident. I do not live in the neighborhood in which I grew up. I moved to the north side. But my children live in the neighborhood in which we grew up. So I understand completely the emotional ties to a neighborhood and the desire to keep things as they were when we grew up, because that's how they worked. We don't like to see that change. So your concerns about parking, about safety, about cleanliness, I take those extremely seriously. I do want to be clear about what we're deciding today. So we're not deciding whether the neighborhood has challenges, which I think a lot of neighborhoods do. And that should be part of an overall city policy discussion and budget discussion regarding cleanliness and planning for vehicles and ensuring that folks can just walk from one part of their neighborhood to another. What we're tasked with deciding is whether this site, directly adjacent to an existing RMH 16 zone, steps from CN zone and proximate to the 82nd Street secondary corridor and transit corridor, is an appropriate location for medium density residential. That is our legislative requirement here, that we just look at the land use. And on that question alone, the answer leans toward yes. Edmonton is a city of over 1 million people spread out across a landmass much larger than most big cities, with a population much higher than ours. In other words, we are an extremely low-density city. When we choose not to allow a unit near existing infrastructure, and again, this is not really part of the land use decision, but I want to explain this. When we choose not to allow a unit near existing infrastructure, near transit and services, we're choosing not to right-size the tax burden to services disparity that we have in Edmonton. And that's a choice that costs every Edmontonian's money. You mentioned walking to McDonald's. I gently suggest to administration that you continue to work on walkable, transit-connected, modestly denser neighborhoods with due diligence and speed. And if there are recommendations for council to ensure that safety, please let us know before the budget conversations. Having said that, I understand, again, that provincial legislation has curtailed our budgets on safety. And that's a real challenge that we have to figure out and overcome. So administration's recommended approval here. The policy framework supports it, the site context supports it, and that is the legislative constraint and requirement of the zoning decisions and public hearing that we are tasked with. And because of that, I will be supporting the bylaw zone change today. Although I don't do it with relish. I'll tell you that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interestingly enough, I agree with Councillor Paquette. It is a difficult decision to make, and many of the statements he made I agree with. However, I'm inclined to not support this rezoning. I see Baldwin as a community that is going through a lot of change right now, increasing in densification, and true, we do need to see densification, and from what I heard from the speakers today, they aren't necessarily against development. They understand that it's necessary, but maybe just to the extent that this one's just maybe a little too much, and the issues of parking and such that that potentially could cause. So, so I'm inclined to be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. And similar, I want to thank everyone for being a part of this. You know, these, I look at Mr. Ford because, I mean, you've been around for 400 plus public hearings, and yet I don't think any of them ever get easy because we have a tension when we do these public hearings of what's the right thing for the entire city, what's the right thing for the community, and how do you find that balance? And I hear the tension points from our speakers in opposition. I think, you know, I hear them loud and clear. Parking is a concern that exists today in that space. And so what I would suggest is, independent of whether this were to be approved or not, that is probably something that needs to be worked on. And the great news is, and you have a great city councillor who will work with you on those community challenges. I've seen it firsthand, and there might have been a mix-up in the one phone call, but I can assure you, you've got someone great who's going to work with you to tackle some of the challenges. You know, even something like the sidewalk, which was raised, not necessarily directly relevant to this public hearing, but we now have policy in place that says when we're doing reconstruction, we fill in all the missing links. For that reason, it's that's a standard now that maybe didn't exist when that was happening, which is too bad. I think, you know, I've heard the tension points and understandably from Danny in particular about maybe not having some landlords that aren't taking care of their spaces today. And that's frustrating because that can sometimes create a negative tension amongst folks that rent, when in reality there are a lot of renters who are amazing neighbors, who want to be community contributors. I mean, my entire family, sister, parents, uncles, you name it, everyone in my family rents. And they want to be a part of community, but sometimes if you have a landlord that isn't looking to be a good neighbor, that's what creates the tension point. And as Councillor Paquette mentioned, the challenges, our role in these public hearings as governed under the rules is to say who lives in this building is not something I can consider. I'm supposed to consider the built form. And when I look at the built form on a block that has this same zone, I lean towards supporting this because this fits in the creating a congruent lot, a lot that has the same zoning from one to the other. That doesn't mean those challenges aren't real, and that doesn't mean those challenges don't need to be addressed. But I think they need to be addressed through the other mechanisms that we have to us. That's how I look at this one. And I will say, just to Ms. Lowe's point, I would say, 10 years ago, you would have been right that in the neighborhoods you had listed in your opening remarks, they were often the ones that never saw any change because they would come and fill the chamber with hundreds of people, and I think councils of the past would ignore their own policies to side with a large vocal group, even if it was the right thing to do for the city. What I would say is just 3 weeks ago, we had a public hearing in one of those communities in Parkview where literally hundreds of people didn't necessarily come out to the public hearing, but did register to speak in opposition. And a majority of council did support that rezoning application because it was the right building in the right location to continue on with our goal to not forever and always expand outwards, because that is something that is very hard on this city. So I only just give you that because I think you would have been right a decade ago for sure. I think that has evolved over time, that no longer does a community, any one community, no matter their wealth, get exempt from the broader conversation we're having as a city. And so it is with that reason that I am comfortable supporting this application with the acknowledgement that I hear loud and clear some concerns that need to be worked on. Your city council is going to work on those with you. I'll always be there to support, but I'm not going to step on their toes. But if they need help, they know they can reach out. But I think you've got somebody that can help walk through that going forward. So with that all said, I think the right thing to do still is to support this specific application while working on those other issues, legitimate issues, real issues that have been raised by the neighbors for the broader community. So thank you. I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
Councillor Jans, any closing comments?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2.
I'll move second reading.
Councillor Jans has moved it.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. Councillor Jans.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for consideration of third reading on this bylaw.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21487.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. So that completes the Baldwin item. We still have 2 items left on our agenda. The next one is going to be the Alsus item, followed by the zoning bylaw text amendments. Councillor Wright, do you need a presentation for 4.6? No. Does anyone require a presentation for 4.6? No. Then do you have questions for the applicants?
I have one for the applicant, one for admin, and I believe Councillor Stevenson also has.
Okay, well, what we'll do, we'll take a moment as our speakers swap out. We are going to move on to this item 4.6. We have 3 speakers to answer questions only. Elise Shillington, Keith Davies, and Yolanda Liu will make their way down. I see them in person. We'll just take a moment to switch out that group. Settling in, I think we can probably start up with your questions, Councillor Wright, for our applicants.
Okay, the only question I have is in regards to the treacherous jug handle, which I believe from how I'm looking at the maps, it is gonna be realigned so that there's not that horrible curve in there, right?
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Wright. The jug handle will be built in alignment similar to what's shown on that NSP context plan map in the back. I have it in the back of the council report here.
Yeah.
But that's how the jug handle would be realigned. That's what's shown within the TIA, and the curvature will have to follow all city standards. But it's not, as it is today, it's realigned to be slightly more curved or less curved, and then 17th Street is there as well.
Okay, and I think, and that'll be developed as development occurs, right? Or that'll be constructed?
So we have already been conditioned with the construction of that junk handle with a large proportion of 17th Street.
Okay, and that you're already, I think this year is gonna go from Henday to Alsace Drive, is that right?
That's our intention.
Okay, okay. Is it subject to rain out and things like that? Okay.
All of that, yeah.
Okay, I think that was, that was all I had for you, I think.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of our applicants. You might as well just stay seated. We don't have anyone in opposition, and so if there's anything for new information, you can just be ready. Questions for administration, Councillor Wright?
Okay. I don't know how to phrase this, but because I want to stay within the confines of public hearing. So we can only look at the zoning request, but can we look at the timing of the request? And the reason why I'm asking is, again, thinking forward to budget, do we have the funds to maintain these roads operationally? Can I ask that?
I think that you can ask that question in terms of the purpose of the MGA and the orderly and economical development of land, patterns of human settlement, in the context of, does this make sense? Is this economical development? Not for the specific site, but in that general context of.
But even if if I think it makes sense for this site, what's being proposed, but is it the right time? Can that be considered at a public hearing?
Okay. Understanding the question somewhat better, I think not. The question of, is this the appropriate use for the site, is really the answer.
Not the appropriate use at the right time. Okay. Okay, I guess I won't ask about that then. Whoops, that was, and then the other thing, in the, for the transit, Alsa's currently, don't they have on-demand right now? Some parts of?
They don't.
Oh, okay, I thought they did. Maybe that's Astor. Okay, and then the other question is in regards to the utilities. I'm thinking this is just a typo, but it talks about future underground system with future 17th Street Southeast. That would be over in Strathcona County. Are we annexing?
I believe that would be a typo, yeah.
Okay,
It's 17th Street in Alsace.
Okay, I just didn't know if you were foreshadowing something. Okay, so that would be, 17th Southwest. Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question about the existing zoning, the RL zoning, and I was just confused why that was there, given that the plan shows that being, I think, medium rise. And then was just wondering, with removing that RL, does that change the neighborhood statistics?
So, Councillor, back in March, there was an amendment to this plan that redesignated a chunk of land down here from commercial residential mixed use to medium density residential. So the RL came in under that version. With the amendments back in March, it was changed to the medium density residential, and the proposed zoning today conforms with that. So the statistics that changed were done in March.
We're done in March.
Yeah, so
okay.
that amendment facilitated this rezoning.
Gotcha. Sorry, the RL came under the mixed-use commercial? Or sorry,
Commercial residential mixed use.
Okay. So we saw that in March, and we saw the stats.
They were changed in March. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That was the clarification I was looking for.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. There are questions for administration. Councillor Tang.
Okay, just in terms of the roadway, the arterials such as Ellerslie Road, and then from east of Charlesworth Way to future 17th Street, and then 17th Street from Ellerslie Road to the transportation corridor, utility corridor, is that developer responsibility?
Correct.
And then the upgrade to the urban arterial roadway standard is the 2-lane each way. Yes,
Ultimately, yes, but first construction will be 2 lanes, and then it will be widened as needed.
as neighborhoods get developed, yes.
Correct.
And then, so the timeline would be as the neighborhood develops.
Yes, just to give you a perspective, Alces is about 25% of the entire Dakota. So Dakota population is 75,000. So if you do the math, yes, those ultimate requirements are needed, but they are contingent on not only just Alces, but
The rest
development
of-
of other neighborhoods as well.
Yes, okay. Okay. And just remind me, what's the medium density residential in this area?
Are you asking where it is, or?
Actually, you know what, never mind.
Okay.
Never mind, I think I can figure this out, thank you.
Thank you. There's no other questions for administration. Now I'll move to questions of new information related to what we've heard in the public hearing. Is there any questions on new information? Yeah, you can. Yeah, Councillor Tang.
Sorry, I missed
Microphone.
I missed earlier, so I thought just come back to you. So some of the feedback that I've received from residents, from some residents who are talking to residents in Alces and who are currently living, I think, along the pond, the lake. Is that a lake or pond or stormwater?
Like the large wetland that exists there today?
Yeah.
That's a wetland.
Yeah.
And it's designated as a crown claim wetland by the province.
Yeah.
So it's being protected.
It is being protected.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I recognize I might be stepping out of like land use consideration here, but I just want to share some feedback that people bought into the homes near this area, not thinking they won't be surrounded by multi-units, medium density. And I don't know where the breakdown is between the realtor communication and what is kind of already being planned, but it is kind of critical to have some of those diverse density developments to make, say, the IMP work. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's always this balance of density versus, people who have lived there for a very long time and have maybe a different expectation around what density means to them. But our lens is that land is a hugely valuable resource, and there is that breaking point, not just for a developer, but also for the longevity of the city. So that's the perspective that we have to take. It's certainly not easy. I think with this plan, we've looked to put a majority of the medium density residential along an arterial to arterial collector corner to try and create that node with the commercial space and that kind of complete community surrounding it, and been mindful to take those existing residents and put them by similar single family housing in some of that transitionary zones. But I certainly hear you, and I think it's the communication piece is something that we also struggle with. I mean, we have signs up, we have information, we take emails, we're happy to chat. But that's certainly something we struggle with too. But we've tried to be mindful around those transitionary pieces while also being thoughtful around creating a minimum density that we have to do to make this successful long term.
Yeah, and I think we see that sometimes in public hearing. Home buyers who buy home into neighborhoods don't have either accurate or full information about what else is going to be going around them. and then, you know, come forward to oppose certain developments. But in fact, the plan has always been there. So, and, you know, again, I think it is a bit of an industry issue that we need to kind of coordinate between whether it's a land developer, the builder, and the realtor side of things, so that we're coordinating. Anyways, I just want to maybe convey that, and I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Can take a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Wright?
Sorry, I moved to close public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote for closure of the public hearing. Just hang tight. E-Scribe is taking its time.
Just missing one vote. Councillor Wright?
Oh, wasn't coming up. I'm yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Wright?
I move first reading of item 4.6.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Anyone wishing to speak to it?
No.
Okay. No one else? Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Wright.
And I move second reading on item 4.6.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Wright.
And I move consideration of item 4.6, or consideration for third reading of item 4.6.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote for consideration on item 4.6.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Wright.
And I move third and final reading on bylaw 21500.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. We have one item left. That's it. That's it, Mr. Ford. That's the one. Do you get to leave early now? Do you get the day off? We give him the day off after this, Ms. Petrin? He was scheduled to be here till 5. We can give him a couple of hours to have a long lunch. It's not my call, but I feel like you've earned it. We have one item of business left. We do have multiple speakers on this in opposition, so what we'll do is we'll get the presentation, and then we'll try to get both speakers at least heard before the break, and then there will still be questions and some discussion afterwards. So we will be coming back after lunch. As they're getting settled, I'll just flag. Councillor Stevenson will chair the meeting starting at 1:30 because Councillor Wright and I are at an event in the very southeast that sort of ends at 1:30, so we will be virtual for probably the remainder, because I'm not sure how long it'll go beyond that. But and I think Councillor Morgan also identified he'll be virtual as he's also attending a meeting in the southwest. So that's fine. We'll all be there, but Councillor Stevenson will be chairing. And now that I think everyone's settled in, let's get the presentation.
Good morning. My name is Lila Peter, the Director of Development Approvals and Inspections, and I'm joined today by Catherine, a member of our zoning bylaw team, and Rachel, the program lead for this project, and Shauna and Kevin. Today we are presenting proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw to expand the city's existing landscaping security administration program to small-scale residential developments. This program is anticipated to result in high levels of compliance with zoning bylaw minimum landscaping requirements on residential properties, and to increase private property contributions to the city's urban tree canopy. Next slide, please. Edmonton aims to reach 20% canopy coverage by 2071, which would be up from the current estimated 13%. In order to achieve this target, additional trees are required on private property. Development and redevelopment activities can lead to the removal of trees, and while the city's zoning bylaw requires tree plantings with all forms of development, oversight via securities and inspections only exists on larger scale projects. And in October of 2024, recognizing that there was an opportunity to increase tree plantings on private land, administration was directed to expand the landscape security program to small-scale residential developments. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw stipulates that all new developments require a minimum number of trees and shrubs to be planted, with landscaping to be complete within 12 or 18 months of occupancy. Small-scale residential developments require at least 1 tree and 4 shrubs in a mulched bed, along with sod or seed. The city currently collects landscape securities for all non-residential development and all multi-unit housing and cluster housing citywide. Where plantings are delivered per the requirement and maintained for the required period, the securities are returned. If landscaping is not planted, the city utilizes those securities to install the required plantings on site. This twofold process leads to a high rate of compliance for landscape planting and maintenance. Next slide, please. In response to the October 2024 motion, administration has developed an expanded landscape program to apply to small-scale residential development. The program is proposed to be implemented in 2 phases. The amendments proposed today are for Phase 1, which will enable the collection of securities on single detached, semi-detached duplex and row housing within the redeveloping areas, excluding sites zoned RSF, BRH, and GLDF, which is Blatchford and Griesbaugh special area zones, and these which operate like greenfield development. And we were looking for an implementation date of the redeveloping areas of January 1st, 2027. Small-scale residential developments within the developing areas and the sites within those that were excluded in Phase 1 will be included in Phase 2. Prior to implementing Phase 2, additional engagement will be undertaken with industry and community to understand more about what is currently working and not working with the existing developer-led landscaping deposit programs. New approaches for administering the high volume of securities and inspections associated with the developing area will also be explored. Next slide. There are 3 primary housing types that are being addressed in the implementation of the landscape securities on small-scale residential developments. In developing security policies, administration sought to minimize impacts to developers and homeowners and the operational impacts to the city of administering those securities. So for row houses on a single titled lot, administration proposes to align the security process with the existing security collection and release process that we currently have in place for large-scale developments. Landscaping plans are already required for these, and they are reviewed for sites in the redeveloping areas. The security value will be calculated based on 100% of the minimum requirement, and 2 on-site inspections will be conducted with a partial release of funds after the first inspection. With many of these developments adopting low-impact development approaches for stormwater, ensuring that the plants are healthy and established is quite critical, and that's where that second inspection will be required to ensure that landscaping becomes established and thrives on site. For row housing developments on multiple titled lots, the security value will also be calculated based on 100% of the minimum landscaping stipulated in the bylaw. But the administration of these securities becomes much more complex due to there being multiple owners on site. And for this reason, a single on-site inspection will be conducted, and the full release of the funds would occur once a compliant inspection had been achieved. And finally, for single detached, semi-detached, and duplex housing, we propose a simplified security process due to the large volume of permits. A flat security rate provides predictability and transparency, and it reduces the impact on permit approval timelines and reduces our operational requirements. and a simplified inspection process will use technological solutions to help verify plantings on site. Next slide, please. Am I on the right slide? I think so. Okay. In addition to the security process laid out in the previous slide, other zoning amendments are also being proposed. These include, for row house development citywide, we're going to require landscaping plans to provide consistency in submission requirements and permit reviews, and it will achieve better outcomes for landscape survival. And we're going to revise the time frame for installation from 18 months to 12 months so that installation can occur as soon as the seasons allow for it. The proposed amendments also clarify maintenance requirements to ensure that required landscaping is kept in a healthy condition beyond the initial establishment period. These changes, combined with new landscaping security requirements, are viewed as a positive step to contributing to our urban tree canopy. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendments that are proposed today are for development sites within the redeveloping areas only. If the report recommendation is approved, we'll begin implementation work to expand landscape securities to sites within the redeveloping area. The landscaping security process that we implement will apply to all small-scale development permits as of January 1st, 2027. And concurrently, we're going to begin the next steps of engagement with industry and community for phase 2. And engagement will help to develop a program which considers the existing industry security collection process, also considers the high volume of applications we'd be required to process, and to explore technology solutions to support compliance verification. Next slide, please. And thank you, and we're pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. It's 11:53. We'll hear from one speaker, but since everyone has lunch things, we'll bring Ms. Hardstaff in to speak after the break. But we can start with our first speaker in opposition, as there are no speakers in favor, just to be clear again, no speakers in favor. Gary, not in person, I believe, but you are online. Gary, are you there still? Yes.
Yes, you bet, sir.
Yep, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Knack, and to the members of City Council. My name is Gary Hoft, and I am the Vice President for Cantero Homes in the Edmonton region, and an active member of Build Edmonton Metro. So I just do want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on item 4.9, bylaw 21499, with the implementing small-scale residential landscape securities. Build Edmonton Metro supports the city's broader goals of improving landscaping compliance, enhancing neighborhood outcomes, and advancing Edmonton's urban canopy objectives. Landscaping is an integral piece of residential development process. However, at its core, this discussion is also about housing affordability, housing supply, and ensuring capital is being used in the most effective way possible to keep Edmonton competitive and attainable for its residents. City Council and administration can achieve better landscaping compliance without adding new financial pressure to housing projects by building on the industry-led systems that already do exist today. Every dollar that is tied up in additional securities is a dollar that's no longer being invested into delivering housing. Builders and developers do rely on working capital to purchase land, install infrastructure, finance construction, and move projects forward as quickly as possible. When capital does become constrained, projects do slow down, costs do increase, and ultimately those impacts flow through to the home buyer or subsequently to a renter. For a typical infill builder, this can have a very real effect. Many infill projects operate on smaller margins and shorter financing windows. Additional securities and carrying costs may not seem significant on a single project, but when layered on top of rising construction costs, financing costs, permit timelines, utility requirements, and existing securities obligations, they can directly affect whether a project moves ahead, how many units are delivered, or what the final selling price becomes. For smaller builders managing several projects at once, even refundable securities can materially affect financing capacity, project timing, and the ability to advance future housing projects. For greenfield developers and builders, the cumulative financial impact is already substantial. Industry currently carries significant obligations through servicing agreements, infrastructure securities, grading requirements, offsite levies, engineering requirements, and other development-related costs required to bring new neighborhoods online. In addition, many communities already operate developer-administered architectural and landscaping compliance programs that include deposits, inspections, and enforcement mechanisms. The concern with this proposal is that it adds another layer of financial burden while overlapping with systems and obligations that already exist today in industry. The concern with this proposal is that it creates another layer of financial burden while duplicating systems that are already functioning within our industry today. These existing systems already achieve landscaping outcomes while avoiding the need for additional city-held securities and duplicative financial layering. Importantly, industry is not opposed to landscaping compliance, so I want to make sure we get that across. We do support high-quality neighborhood outcomes, and we recognize the importance of maintaining landscaping standards across the city. What we are saying is that there is a more practical and cost-effective way to achieve those objectives. In many communities, developers already administer architectural and landscaping compliance programs that include deposits, inspections, deficiency follow-up, and enforcement mechanisms. These systems are integrated directly into the development process and are already familiar to builders, purchasers, and residents. Rather than creating a new large-scale city-administered securities program, there is an opportunity to strengthen and modernize the systems that already do exist. The city can continue to establish clear standards, accountability measures, and oversight expectations, while industry continues administering the operational side through existing compliance frameworks. Industry is also prepared to work collaboratively with administration to improve consistency and alignment with the new zoning bylaw. That approach would still achieve the compliance outcomes that council is seeking while reducing duplication, minimizing additional financial pressure on housing projects, and preserving capital that can instead be invested directly into supply and affordability.
Thank you very much. Since it is 11:59, we are going to take our lunch break. What will happen is once we get back at 1:30, Councillor Stevenson will be chairing. We will hear from our other speaker in opposition, Jan Hardstaff, and then there will be questions of our speakers, followed by questions of administration, and then any new information related. So we are on recess until 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, great. Welcome back to our public hearing. We are just in the midst of hearing from speakers on item 4.9. So we've heard from our first speaker in opposition, and we'll go next to our second. But before we do that, I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Principe. Councillor Morgan.
Present.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. Mayor Knack, I believe, will be. Oh, he's there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Not yet back. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Wright may still just be making her way back to virtual. Okay, wonderful. So with that, we'll go now to our second speaker in opposition, Jan Hartstaff.
Hi. Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Could
yeah.
you please advance my slides to slide 2?
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor and Council. My name is Jan Hartstaff, and I'm with the Residential Infill Working Group. I want to make it clear that RIWG does support administration's report with a couple of exceptions. Our first recommendation relates to the timing of implementation of Phase 1. So what that Phase 1 is establishing landscape security requirements for small-scale residential in the redeveloping areas. And what RIWG is proposing that Council consider is to expedite Phase 1 implementation following required notification. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I don't know why my slides aren't advancing.
Sorry, we'll pause your time. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe give me a few more seconds. Like I'm pretty tight for time. So, okay. So yes, the process changes are minimal in the redeveloping area, which is why we think that this can be implemented sooner than later. The landscape security process is already in place for other small-scale multi-unit cluster housing non-residential, and row housing already requires a landscape plan, and single-detached, semi-detached, and duplex already require a site plan. So the only thing that's new is to notify infill owners and builders of the landscape security requirement. So this it advances things and incentivizes compliance sooner. Next slide, please. So we also want to prioritizing redeveloping area compliance over citywide implementation. As the build speaker said, there's already programs in place for new developing areas. They have developer-led security landscape deposits already required. One of the things that I wanted to point out is that a city survey in 2023 found only 137 low-density residential infill complied, 11% complied with minimum landscaping requirements. And also, there's a lot of local research, particularly from Burtnick in 2022 and in 2023, some of the research from the U of A, who have confirmed a direct correlation between loss of tree canopy and vegetation cover and development. And this is leading to significant impacts to increased surface temperature and urban heat island effect. And we don't want to see the city lose any more opportunities to maintain and increase tree canopy. Next slide, please. So the city developed a climate resilience planning and development action plan, and action 4 is resilient landscaping. And I want to really point out that the key thing about landscaping is that it provides services to the city, ecosystem services and green infrastructure that is very valuable to the city and provides livability in neighborhoods. It protects our health. It makes sure that we avoid risks of flooding and it reduces carbon emissions. There's all kinds of benefits. So the key things, we need soil, we need vegetation cover, we need tree canopy, and ideally we have more private green space and amenity area for people to enjoy. And all of these things are what landscaping provides. Next slide, please. So the second key recommendation that RIWG is making is related to the markup of of 9.1 and 9.2. And there's a lot of deletions that we'd like to have consideration to keep, and that is to make sure that we don't incentivize installation compliance and then remove incentives to maintain the landscaping until it becomes established and healthy. So I'm a horticulturist and I was a landscaper, and I can tell you that it takes between 3 and 5 years for landscaping to become established. So what we're not saying is to hold the landscape securities any longer than what administration's proposing, but rather to ensure that within a 42-month period, there is online documentation provided to ensure that the landscaping has been maintained. And if it hasn't been maintained, that there's a regulation or requirement that the trees and shrubs be replaced and that the landscaping be restored. So that's essentially my presentation. I just think it's very important that the city look at how can we increase density through infill redevelopment, but also make sure that we are maintaining the tree canopy that so many people value in neighborhoods, and that provides climate resilience and all kinds of services and reduces costs for city infrastructure down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've now heard from both of our speakers. Do any of my colleagues have questions to our speakers? Just ask folks to sign up. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Gary, are you still online? Yeah, I think I see him.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, are you able to give because I know you're with Build, can you give a perspective on, because I understand what administration is trying to achieve. What I'd like to know is because if I understand it correctly, so currently if you say you build a new house, so say this case is going to be an infill, and the resident has to plant trees, shrubs, whatever is required there. If this policy is implemented, is it now the developer has to provide the money to the city, and then once the citizen plants the tree or shrubs, whatever is required, then that money is refunded back to the developer? And can you just provide insight on what the concern is? I think you mentioned it before the break, but I just want to make sure I understand it after the break here. Is that one of your concerns?
Yeah, so first things first, every developer has a slightly different nuance to their programs, and I think that's where the opportunity exists to try to standardize some of that programming with industry. And again, I'm speaking predominantly for greenfield here, so I'm not really touching on infill, but or inside the Henday. But for example, there are some developers that would tie architectural compliance with landscaping compliance. Some will just do landscaping, and we will retain a deposit in trust on the client's behalf until they can show compliance to those standards, which tie into the final grading of the lot and then a subsequent inspection from the developer or the developer's representative, which was usually be a third party organization. And I do want to advocate that some of these programs are actually very precise and very technical. One of the developers that we work with in the West End, they actually bring out their measuring devices to measure caliper of trees and making sure that compliance does exist. So I would say that I think with a few tweaks we can actually handle this inside of industry. But to your point, if this proceeds the way that it goes, most likely there's going to be a doubling up of funds there. And some of that's going to be tied up could be potentially tied up for years. And that's the part that we don't want to add more confusion. We don't want to add more administrative burden to this. So just within our own company alone, with doing approximately 400 houses, we're gonna add unnecessary burden with just administrative responsibility to try to manage all these deposits, where we already have some of these systems already in place with all of our developers.
Okay, thank you, Gary. And Jan, do you have any perspective from your lens on my question I just raised to Gary as well?
Yes, so I agree with Gary. I think that in the new developing areas, it would maybe be, this is why I don't think it's really urgent that the city even look at phase 2 for now. I think phase 1 is all you need to deal with right now. But in terms of the difference, like infill, there's no developer-led program. So I've done landscape designs and installs in new developing areas, and they have strict requirements for what needs to be planted. There's typically a deposit towards landscaping that's refunded later, and whether the homeowner does it or the developer does it, you have to meet those requirements. With infill, there isn't anything, and really what we're seeing is clear cutting of lots. We're losing, some of these lots have 40 to 50% cover of canopy, and right now, even with the minimum planting requirements, we're maybe only replacing 5% or less of the tree canopy because they're planting very small trees. So I think it's key that we incentivize landscaping in infill areas, and that I saw that administration had talked a little bit in the report about educating the public, and I think it's important to educate homeowners, but it's even more important to educate builders about the value of trees, of maintaining trees and planting new ones, particularly larger ones, and just so that we are growing our canopy. The report says that 70% of the city's land is. Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Did you want to, Speaker Hardstaff, did you want to finish that comment?
Yeah, well, just, the city's land-based, 70% of the city's land is owned privately. And we are losing canopy. There was a study done by Burtnick in 2022. He studied LIDAR data between 2017 and 2022, and found in the neighborhood of McKernan, 15% loss was correlated directly with development permits. 15% of tree canopy loss in 4 years. And that was before the new zoning bylaw. So I think it's absolutely critical, if the city ever wants to reach its 20% tree canopy goal, we've got to start both maintaining some of the trees and preserving them on the site and planting new ones. If we don't do that, we're just in a deficit. We're never going to catch up.
Thank you so much. My question is to Speaker Gary. Just around, you talked about there could be more cost-effective and practical ways to achieve the end result. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? And can you also think about what it would look like in the redeveloping area versus the developing area?
Yeah, I can. So a couple of the things that and I sat in with admin while they were having the industry consultation, and we were really trying to drill down to what the issue was, and we did come up with at the very end that it was that tree canopy coverage, and I think that's something that we can definitely we can work on as an industry with our developer partners to build out that program, so that there is not only compliance, but inside a specific time frame, that potentially maybe even some enforcement. But again, I think that industry is certainly managing it to a certain degree right now. And there is definitely room for improvement, and that's the part that I would advocate, that I think that there's an opportunity where we can actually take a level of burden off of not just us, but also the city with regards to these deposits. And on top of that, and I think Jan really hit on a couple of key points there too, where incentivizing infill builders. We are not an infill builder, but I have years of industry experience, and in some cases, not all, but in some cases, promoting builders to maybe consider actually including landscaping in some of their prices or their programming. And, maybe having a little bit of education piece that goes with it, because I do think it's a key thing here out of all of this is that we can get the trees in the ground, we can get the sod on the ground, but we can't tell a homeowner to maintain it or actually put a deep water in those trees when we're in times of drought. And that's a piece that I wouldn't want to necessarily add layers of burden to both sides on this for something that really potentially in the long run is a homeowner maintenance issue.
Okay, I think that's great to hear, because I think for me, when I was looking at the report, I was looking at the increase of FTEs that would potentially be required in order to implement something like this, and wondering if there was a way to work with the industry, so that it doesn't, that doesn't fall solely on the city of Edmonton to educate and enforce. And so do you see that there's a willingness of industry to be able to help us out in the end results or the outcome that we're looking for?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we do when we deliver a home to a new client is there's usually a battery of paperwork with regards to owner's manuals and maintenance manuals and that kind of stuff, and being able to have a City of Edmonton published document that can actually talk about not just the per lot need for those trees, but how that rolls up in aggregate and how that adds to the sustainability and environmental action of the city as a whole. And I think we can do that as an industry for sure.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just in terms of that mechanism, just to dig in.
I have a chair.
Oh, Councillor Tang, thank you. Again, I'm hearing that that's mainly a solution in the new neighborhoods. Were there any ideas that came forward for the infill side of things?
Jan, do you want to take that, or is that a question to me, Councillor Stevenson?
That was a question to you, Gary.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, like I do know, it's a difficult question to ask when you're talking about a 14-foot wide townhome versus a 60-foot wide, 3,000 square foot 2-story home. I think the landscaping outcomes of the clients are different in both of those instances, but I do think that you probably already see a good chunk of infill builders, and Jan will have to substantiate this, but that actually are already including some form of landscaping in some way, shape, or form, because they have to regrade those lots anyways to make sure that there's drainage and compliance on the lot itself. So I think that having some incentive with builders to encourage more participation in actually including landscaping, or even including some landscape design work on some larger custom infill, estate infill type homes.
Yeah, well, my understanding is that the security is sort of meant to act as that incentive. So the incentive is that you get your deposit back by completing the required landscaping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think though the other challenge and the numbers that were thrown around in the preliminary data or information that was being shared was those numbers were quite high, and might actually be to a point where it could be it could be used as a deterrent to say, I guess the city of Edmonton's now going to get into the landscaping business. And I don't think that the city of Edmonton would want to do that in the event that people just put the deposit there and just walk away and leave it, and knowing that the city is going to come in and fulfill that requirement in a period of time. So I know that's tongue in cheek and it's a little anecdotal, but when we talk about landscape deposits inside of our greenfield neighborhoods with our developers, we're talking about a substantially less dollar amount in deposits. So.
Okay, well, and just I hadn't been aware of the private security
regime, I guess, what proportion of new homes being built in Greenfield have that in place? Like, is it 99.9%? Is it 80%? Do you have a sense of the proportion?
Yeah, given any of the master plan communities is going to have some form of an architectural and or landscape program in place. We have to, when we sign on to a new subdivision, the developer will set forth a set of architectural standards, and they will set forth a set of landscaping standards. Those landscaping standards include the amount of shrubs, the amount of trees, the fence type and fence style. And that's the piece that I think we can definitely expand upon to address the needs that this is being brought forward with.
Yeah, and sorry, just from my understanding, those are currently subject to securities, like there is money up front?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, you're saying like the vast majority of the new neighborhoods being developed right now are being developed under larger master plans. Okay, well that's really helpful. I really appreciate it. I'll take back the chair. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. Gary, I'll go to you first. Can you break down, when we're talking about Greenfield and some of these costs, like what would be that kind of magnitude to a developer like yours that you work for, in terms of kind of like a whole neighborhood? Like what kind of numbers are we talking about?
It's like we'd be in that probably $1.5 to $2 million just inside our own organization. If what was being proposed was on average a $3,000 deposit, and on top of that, now there's also going to be issues with regards to timing. There's going to be issues around the inspections and then the release of those funds. Managing seasonal construction work is a little bit tricky for us, because basically everything boils down to usually around an end of September or middle of October timeframe, because that's usually when they stop cutting sod, or you stop with your landscaping, especially if there's been a snowfall. So it becomes a little bit of a trickier time to manage. And if we have to do that on the architectural side, and then on top of that with the landscape compliance through the city of Edmonton, we're just adding layers of burden and then tying up that additional capital that we can't deploy on new housing starts.
Great, thank you. Jan, I was just gonna ask you quick, like you said, the timelines, you'd like to see that sped up. Like what's your ideal timeline? Like right away?
Yes. I know that there's a required notification period. I think it's 21 days. Perhaps it could come in soon after that. What we're losing here is we're losing an entire season if you wait until January 1st, 2027. I mean, then the buildings have to be built, then there needs to be occupancy, then there's a lag time here. And what we're losing is a lot of canopy. We're losing trees and we're not planting new ones. So the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. And I think the next best time to plant a tree is as soon as possible. So I also wanted to just kind of jump a little bit back to what Gary was answering in terms of costs. We're looking at, oh geez, I've just lost my, hold on a second here. I was looking at the costs that they had anticipated. So for single detached, semi-detached, it's $1,800 to $5,700 per site. And when we're talking, this is not a lot of money for landscaping. It's the bare minimum. There's just planting the minimum number of trees and shrubs, that's all. And I think that is not a prohibitive cost. One of the things that I noticed when I was a landscaper is that quite frequently houses would be built and they'd be sold to new home buyers before the landscaping was done. And people didn't put aside the money on their mortgage to do landscaping. So this assures that there's something put aside, and if it doesn't get done, the city will do it. And then the other thing was for multi-unit, it was $2,500 to $3,800, or I think it was between $10,000 and $15,000 for. There was sort of a differentiation between whether there was a single title to a larger rental row housing building. And I think it's really important that be looked at from the perspective of the value that provides the city. By providing that landscaping, by making sure that we're adding tree canopy, you're getting green infrastructure on private property. So I think that that's something that council needs to consider, is the value that the landscaping on private property adds to the city as a whole.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Would you like to move a second round?
We'll move a second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes. Yes.
Councillor Prince Pays, yes.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. For Speaker Jan Hardstaff, I had a question regarding the 11% compliance with the minimum number of trees. Can you just share a little bit more about that statistic and where you, and just a little bit more information about that stat?
So I can't remember the report, but it was, I believe it was June 10th of 2024, and it was a report on reducing the minimum number of trees from 2 to 1 for narrow lots in new developing areas. And the city did a survey in 2023, and it's cited in that report. I'd have to look at the number, but I'm sure city administration could find it for you. And they surveyed 137 or 138, not sure exactly the number, but low density infill property, small scale. And they found 11% compliance with the landscaping regulations. So that's pretty poor compliance. And, you know, just anecdotally too, I mean, I look quite often at trees that are at sites where trees are preserved, but they're not protected with fencing. And I can tell you that the survival rate of these trees is very poor. And oftentimes these trees will survive a couple of years, so it looks like they've survived, but then they don't make it. So I have an infill site 2 doors over from where I live, and they preserved 4 trees, and all of them died. All of them have died. And so, you know, if you're not making sure that you provide some kind of proof of life of landscaping a few years down the road, what you could end up with is you're substituting the trees that should be planted with those that have been preserved but not protected. And then you're losing both. So this is also why it's really important that the city come back, even if you've already refunded the landscape securities, and I don't want that to be burdensome for builders. I think it's really important that we not hold on to their money for too long. But within a period of time, some kind of online documentation, maybe a half-hour appointment with a development planner or some photographs to make sure that the landscaping has survived within 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
And just, you know, your experience, I'm interested in your experience as a landscaper, because some of the proposed changes, I think, is actually decreasing it from 18 months to 12 months. And it's my understanding that sometimes it takes some time for your landscaping to settle before you actually will do your landscaping. Do you think that that's a reasonable time? Because sometimes people do wait longer than 12 months when they are landscaping to, you know, with the shifts. And then I think about if you have an infill beside you, you may not want to do your development because of potential, you know, next door of excavation.
Yeah, no, you've made a good point, Councillor Palmer. I did actually a consult for Glenora Gates. It's over by the Molson Brewery, and a whole big block, like over 200 units. And they did their landscaping immediately after they finished building. And then I think it was probably 8 or 9 years down the road, everything had settled. Everything. Like all the retaining walls and everything had settled. So it is important that if it's not given a year to settle, that they compact things, make sure that there's not you know, going to be settlement later on. But I mean, I think the main point is you want to make sure that there is some kind of follow-up down the road, because you know, I'm a little concerned that we could be incentivizing compliance And then, refunding these things within 12 or 18 months or 24 months. I can't remember exactly the time frame, but it's different for the single entity row housing versus the multi-entity row housing and single semi-attached duplex. But if we end up incentivizing compliance, but we don't incentivize maintenance, and then the landscaping dies, well, it reduces maintenance cost.
Yeah,
for rental buildings over time, and that would defeat the purpose of landscaping.
Yeah, and I think it is that balance between compliance and what the outcome of what you're really trying to do is. And so I actually worry about even having the staff to, for compliance in the first place. So that'll be something that I'll be asking admin about. Thank you so much for both being here.
Okay,
and educate, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes our questions of speakers for now. As you know, we may come back to you for new information after we've had questions of our administration. So if you're able to stick around, please do. But now we'll go for questions of administration. Colleagues, if you'd like to sign up. I believe Councillor Elliott's selected the item. He's happy to go to you first.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, I did my best to try to review the documents that were provided, and I'm just looking for some clarity on a few things. So right now, how many securities do we currently collect?
I think the number is around 300 a year.
About 300. And if we were to move ahead with this recommendation, what would that number potentially jump to? Do we have a potential estimate on that?
On the low end, it would be about 988 for phase 1. And for phase 2, if we did look at expanding securities to developing areas, it would be 5,225.
And can I just jump in on that 5,000? Again, the intention is not that we as administration would collect 5,000 securities. It would be working with industry and using their security programs and industry holding the securities. So we wouldn't be looking to collect the securities from industry.
Okay, thank you for that. That was going to be leading to my next question, is that are we taking that on? Do we have the ability to do the administration? So it would be working hand in hand.
Correct. Industry has been really showing a level of leadership here. They reached out and indicated that this is something that they'd like to take on, that they're willing to work with us. And so they indicated that they're convening some meetings right now to start to look at alignment of programs and to make sure that it meets our bylaw. So we're really excited about this offer because, again, we want to keep costs down and we don't want to layer these costs onto their product.
Okay, so bringing in the FTEs to cover that, and would, I guess, the wages and benefits be covered through, we have a budget for that, or is that through what's being collected?
They are already doing that work, so it would just essentially be using the work that they do and accessing it. So there wouldn't be additional costs to either of us.
Okay, and I tell people there's no such thing as a silly question, but I have to ask the question too, so I can make sure I understand it. So you put in new construction, you have to put the securities, you have to put the money forward, you're holding that. If construction companies are putting X amount of dollars up, which could go up into the millions, and I know this may be difficult to answer because depends on the health of every construction company. If they're holding, say, millions for this, is there a potential that like a small company, I guess, should say, if they were just doing like infills and that, would they say potentially like we can't move forward because all their money is being held if we wanted to look at building new ones? I hope I explained that question well enough.
I think it will depend on the fluidity of each company. We were running some of the numbers. We do have some infill builders who are doing 20 projects a year. So there is a decent amount of money that might be held in securities for these companies. But again, on an individual site-by-site basis, as Speaker Hardstaff pointed out, the number itself isn't that great. And this actually will bring some parity to infill and greenfield, where we're seeing the infill products starting to have a security where greenfield already has that.
Okay, thanks. I got a minute 42. Have we, up to this point, what has been our mechanism we've been using, such as, is it bylaw officers sending them out for compliance? Has that been the the plan or has been running?
For small scale, to be perfectly frank, we aren't really inspecting it at this moment in time. We don't have the resources or the capacity to do it. There's a complaint, we might go out, but we're not wholesale inspecting these sites.
Okay, is that a better taken into consideration, or just due to the vast numbers, we just do not have, say, the bylaw officers to take that on?
Correct. And in doing this work, as much as we appreciate the comments about holding funds in abeyance, I suppose the word would be, the cost of doing enforcement is a lot higher. So it is a very time-consuming process. It involves a lot of back and forths and check-ins. And ultimately, we require like MGA orders, et cetera, to get on site.
Okay, thank you. I'm just out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just to build on that, wanted to dig in a little bit on the conversation about parity or consistency for an infill context and a greenfield context. We heard a little bit about the securities model that's in place in developing areas currently. Was hoping for a little bit of an elaboration on that. Like, is that working? Do we monitor compliance? How much of a greenfield context is covered by that existing securities model?
So I don't have an exact percentage. In speaking with Build, they did indicate that the majority of their sites are built by developers who hold some sort of security. There will be one-off sites that are being built by boutique builders that may not. So we are confident that with Phase 2, we'll cover the majority through working with builder programs. But Phase 2 will also take this model that we've rolled out. So if you aren't covered by a builder security program, we're going to collect from you regardless. So we'll do that direct collection anyways. In terms of the second question of the effectiveness of their security program, we did do some studies. We aren't sure about how our results align with industry results, but we did not see a high level of compliance. But again, what I would say is industry suggests that they have a high level of compliance with their return. They just may be offering more time to deliver than what we are. So we want to work with them to understand that a little bit more.
Okay, and so for the ones that wouldn't be covered and sort of those one-offs, I guess I'm wondering, like, what do we anticipate the scale of that would be, and is there an opportunity to sort of move on those sooner rather than later as part of Phase 1 before we take that broader, expansive look as part of Phase 2?
I'm going to start off with no, and I apologize, but we just don't know who has a security program in place yet. So to start trying to collect that and build that into our online portal would be very difficult right now. Again, in terms of numbers, I would hesitate, like, I don't know, but I want to again say we're really confident that overall industry in Greenfield is providing for this, and through our exploratory work, we'll figure that out and bring it back.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask, just in terms of how this work will be supported and resourced. My understanding is it is through the planning development business model, right?
Correct.
Okay, so any sort of scaling up of additional resources or FTEs to support this work would be paid for through that model. So it wouldn't be sort of an independent or separate ask, it would be baked in?
Correct.
Great. I also wanted to follow up on one of the lines of questioning that was asked by a speaker about incentives to not only put in the landscaping but to maintain it as well. I mean, I understand that the way that, like, the staged repayment of the security is meant to support that, but is there anything else that we considered to ensure the longevity of the plantings?
So it's an interesting concept that has been raised, and internally we've been discussing it. Right now, we know that if we, as proposed, that leads to the need for more enforcement staff and a more enforcement-led approach. I think what we would like to do with the suggestion is take that back and explore what that might look like in terms of numbers and cost, and maybe bring that back with Phase 2 to start discussion or exploration on it. Right now, I guess I don't see it having an immediate impact because we're talking about 4 years out, but I appreciate the concern voiced by the speaker.
Councillor, just to add to that, through phase one, what we're prioritizing is the actual planting and getting the required amount of landscaping on site and balancing that off with the administration as well as the cost burden of this new security. So there's a number of things that we're trying to take into consideration as we built this program, and the regulations and the recommendations ahead of you, we believe strikes that right balance of first getting that landscaping put in place and that required landscaping put in place, as well as sufficient lead time or follow-up time in terms of requiring that maintenance period, as well as balancing off the release of the security so that we're not holding the securities for a long amount of time.
Right. Okay. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm just wondering about, like, how do we know, or if the property owner was to sell their property within that 12-month period, how would the new owner know that these landscape securities were required? Like, is there going to be a restricted covenant placed on title?
Hi, Councillor Wright. This is Catherine. As part of the Action 4 of the Climate Resilience Planning Development Action Plan, there is a component of that to develop an education program. It's kind of feed into 3 streams, but one part of it would be targeted towards homeowners to help explain the landscaping requirements, and also supports in terms of how to maintain landscaping, proper installation, and all those sorts of things that can help maintain the successful longevity of the plant.
But that's the original owner. If they sell that property within a year and not provide the proper landscaping security or landscaping requirements, how does the new owner know?
So I think there's an element of general campaigns, but we have the ability to work with with whoever holds the security, which can transfer to and from the landowner. And so depending on who holds the security and who's going to do the work and agreements made, we would work with them. We already have this challenge. We have people who purchase, who don't put in the landscaping, they aren't aware of it. And one of the great things about this security program is that we have something to work with versus right now where we go in and enforce and they had no idea that there was a requirement.
Okay, but you enforce after the fact. But if I'm buying a new property that maybe has been built within the past year, there's nothing to alert me that I need to make sure I've got proper landscaping.
So, Councillor, to play that scenario, what would happen is that original builder and the applicant would supply the landscape security to us. We would hold it. We would then inspect it at some point in time in the future when it's completed. At that point, we would notice that landscaping is not completed. We would send the owner a notice saying you need to complete your landscaping. We are holding X amount of security for you. Once you complete your landscaping, you get your security back. So there's some time lag in between that. It's not a complete or automatic sell a house, land titles notifies us, and then we send out a notice that you need to require landscaping. That's done through the inspection process. And ultimately, as Lila said, we still hold that security, which means that if they don't want to comply or include that landscaping, we can then go and plant what we need to plant.
But maybe I, as the purchaser, would have put that as a condition that I want, so much off the purchase price so that I can put the landscaping in the next season. So it kind of leaves anybody looking to purchase that not knowing that they're responsible for it. And I do understand about invoicing if the security isn't provided. If someone fails to pay that invoice, is it added to the property taxes or is it a lien registered on title?
Ultimately, if the city requires additional funds to install the landscaping on site, it gets registered onto the property tax.
Onto the property tax, okay. So there's a way of collecting it, even though it might not seem fair to the new owner, I guess. Okay, and then for your phase 2, I know in the report it says that you're gonna anticipating to bring back something in Q3 2027. do we need to put forward a motion to ensure that that is done, not forgotten?
Nope.
No, that will be done?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, because I wouldn't want anything like that falling through the cracks. And then I just want to confirm for the phase 2 for the greenfield and that this is just for single family and detached. There's already conditions in the zoning bylaw for multifamily.
Yes, this includes row house product as well, but for larger product, we already have securities.
Okay, good. Just wanted to ensure that. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great. I'm looking at attachment 4 and 5, so just bear with me. I'm wondering if you can walk me through the process. So right now, let's say a duplex infill development. The development permit is submitted, building permit is done, construction is done, and then at this point, the house is sold to the homeowner, and right now, homeowners are kind of the ones coordinating and putting in the landscape at their own cost, right? For some of them, or you can do it through a bank, right? Is that right?
Correct. It just depends on the individual contract on the sale.
Right. But some might do it in 6, 12, 18 months, some 5 years, or never, or...
Correct.
Yes. Okay, and so so for the new process at the development permit stage, you're collecting the landscape security, move through to the building permit, and for a duplex, what, 1,800, right? You build a house, get the keys to the homeowner. At this point, it will be the builder.
So what's nice about this situation is that it's going to be the builder who is putting up the money, okay? So it is in the builder's best interest if they're handing off the requirement for landscaping to the purchaser to inform them that they have a landscaping requirement, because it is the builder's money who is tied up in this situation. Yeah. Ultimately, if we get to a point of enforcement, we would enforce on the purchaser, but we have the builder's money to use for that site. So this system actually provides a level of support for purchasers who may be unaware that there is this requirement.
Right. And previously, the purchaser, the homeowner, if they were going to do the landscaping, they can choose, they can compare prices, they can kind of say, I want this shrub and this many trees and this type of vegetation.
So they still have an element of that choice. We do want to see landscaping installed relatively similar to what is on the plans, but so long as they are meeting the general intent, the required number, any additional plantings is bonus. We'd love to see additional plantings, but our securities are only going to cover the 1 tree and 4 shrubs.
Right, right. Okay, so then at this stage, so just to confirm then, I know the enforcement's on the purchaser, but the money is from the builders that were withheld, right?
Yes.
And so it is the builders who will do the contracting and the finalization of...
Again, I don't know. So the builders are going to apply for their development permit. In order for them to advance to building permit, they have to provide us with the security, okay? So we're going to hold that security, and we'll hold that security till the plantings are in place. The builders may say to the homeowners, you know what, we're just going to come in and do this because we want our money back. Or the builders may sell it to the purchaser and say, you have to do this. They might hold money off of the purchaser and return it back to the purchaser. We don't know. We're not going to get into that private-to-private agreement.
Right.
But we do have access to the funds because of the security that we collect.
Okay. I appreciate that, just to help me walk through this. Okay, and then we'll have a whole enforcement system afterwards for the inspection, etc. Okay. I was wondering, we now have a private tree bylaw. How does that interact with this?
So we don't have a private tree bylaw. We're bringing back an update in November, I think it is.
Probably December.
Thank you, December. But we do not have a private tree bylaw at this point. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So but this would be implemented in 2027.
So we already have requirements for plantings. This is just adding that extra level onto it to secure the security, to act as that carrot stick, the incentive to actually do the plantings.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. I think Councillor Tang kind of touched on it, but I guess I was wanting to kind of get a little more understanding just on the recommendation to not start this till January 1st for phase one. And if I'm kind of hearing Mr. Paul correctly, this is just about timing, give people a bit of heads up. Is there any more kind of context on that?
Yeah, it also requires some system upgrades for our own selves. So we have to update our own internal processes. We have to update the computer system. And it's difficult for us to do those updates in advance of getting approval from council. So this is why we have that delayed implementation date.
Gotcha. And just to be clear, so the securities, do we hold the security deposit, or he says that the developer? Or?
So we hold in phase one the security. What we're proposing in phase two is the developer would hold the security.
And I'm just going to ask this because my business mind's kind of going. With that security, are we able to invest that at all and put it into one of our funds? We have to just hold it. I know, but you could build up some equity and then give it back, right?
We can only use it for the site if we have to address compliance issues.
All right, I tried. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
So take it.
Thank you. So lots of great themes here. Really appreciate the detailed work. I do sort of share some of the concerns around having different standards for infill versus redeveloping areas. So we saw some stats about 2023, I think, infill compliance study. Have we ever looked at compliance in the new neighborhoods? I think you alluded to that briefly.
Yes, we have done some studies. What I want to caution, so what I can tell you is that we did a study of 600 sites back in 2024, 300 in infill and 300 in greenfield. What we found is the majority, whether it was infill or greenfield, had not fully met their landscaping requirements. What I really want to caution, and then when we talked to industry, they indicated that they're seeing a high level of compliance on their sites. But what I want to caution here is that we set a standard and went out and looked at these sites, and we don't know if our standard is aligning with industry standard, as in, what did industry collect on? What is the timeline that industry gives? If industry might have an open door that gives them 5 years to do the planting. So we want to unpack that a little bit more, and we want to work with industry to make sure that the standards we set, which are in the bylaw, are what are being collected, securities are being collected for that, and they're being delivered in the timeline that we set.
Thank you for that. I think, I think the solution proposed is pretty reasonable if there's accountability mechanisms in place. I think that's a good approach. I guess I'm just worried with the delay. So has industry indicated how long it would take them to sort of have these conversations?
I think they're going to start the conversations right away. Definitely, I appreciate the concern. I think kind of reflecting on where we're at, we know that they already have a landscaping security in place. So I don't know that, like, to one extent, maybe it means that we can speed things up, but it could also mean that we don't need to implement as quickly because they already have a standard in place. So you can look at it either which way.
Yeah, and I take that point. I think, again, just from the data that we have, as imperfect as it is, suggests that at least our existing standards aren't being met there. I do appreciate there's a big increase in volume, a big bump of volume, up to 5,000 permits if we included the new neighborhoods. But again, I'm just wondering, as an interim measure, if we set that standard, set that requirement, but in the interim, just sort of have a waiver that, if someone is subject to a private landscape security, they don't have to provide the security to the city.
So I don't think we've explored it. I'm looking over at my colleague here on the legality side of it all. I think we would struggle with that because we truly don't know who holds securities yet in the Greenfield area. So I think, again, it would be really challenging for us to implement that.
I mean, I think what I'm hearing from industry is that there is already a very high compliance. Maybe I'll just ask, if we did, what would administration anticipate in terms of being able to implement phase 2? What are the current timelines proposed?
Our intent is to bring it back January 2028.
So full year after infill is implemented.
Yes.
So I'm mindful that we're in May. I'm just wondering about a subsequent motion about bringing forward further amendments for the new neighborhoods that would also come into effect January 1st, 2027. Again, it sounds like industry is keen and motivated. It just feels like something that could be resolved in 6 months.
Councillor, I think between the scale of the issue that we're talking about in Greenfield, between harmonizing, say, the different securities and architectural controls with our zoning bylaw, as well as the systems that we need to in place to put in between creating exceptions for these builders as well as ones that still need securities. There's a lot of work in there that I don't think January 1st is reasonable for an implementation for Greenfield.
And I guess I'm just struggling in the sense that the systems that would need to be in place, why wouldn't they be the same for infill as for Greenfield?
There's a volume, obviously, between the redeveloping and developing, but there's also, like, if we want to reduce red tape and we want to streamline what we can in the developing area.
Sorry.
Time.
I'll
sorry.
come back. Thank you.
Do you want to move second round?
I will move a second round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's passed. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Could you please continue with your response?
Sure. Yeah, there's a scaling component to this that we're trying to address internally, and also working with the Greenfield developers or developing area developers, so that we can put into place a streamlined process with less bureaucracy as much as possible. And so that takes time externally, working with those development partners and industry partners, as well as internally, to make sure that our structure and resources align appropriately.
And if you don't mind, I'd like to jump in. We also are exploring the technology needs. So we are now talking about moving from 1,000 to an additional 5,000 files. We want to make sure our online portal is correct. And just overall, like, what we've put forward is because we want to get it right. We want to get it right with builders, we want to get it right with industry, and we want to make sure that we can co-create and work with them so that we can reduce administrative costs and burden, and to keep the costs down for Edmontonians as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll go on a different line, and I just want to find out too, because I know one of the speakers that spoke up, a question came up about the 12 months. What's the, I guess, rationale or the education behind 12 months, like for selling, versus 18 months or 15 months? I think it's 12 months versus 18.
So through the engagement, we did hear from builders that 12 months is generally achievable for row housing developments. The longer time frame for single, semis, and duplexes, this is to accommodate that generally homeowners are finishing up getting the approvals for the grading and doing the landscaping. They're the ones selecting the plant material. So they may need just additional time to achieve that. If for whatever reason a builder is not able to achieve the installation within 12 months, they can make a request to extend that, and the staff is very accommodating.
Okay, thank you. And I know one of my colleagues asked a question. He said, so phase 1, the city will hold securities. Phase 2, the companies will hold it. Can you provide the, what's the rationale behind it versus both taking it all on, or we taking both on? What's the rationale behind it?
So infill companies are not to our knowledge, collecting landscaping securities. And a lot of the product that we're seeing right now is investment product. And so the actual product is staying within the hands of the builder. So we've got one set of development infill where we don't have securities. So we can model our current system. It's a smaller number of securities that we're going to collect, and so it's easier for us to scale up and administer that. When we get into greenfield, we already know that there are a number of different programs being run by all the various developers. We want to work with them. We want to make sure that their programs generally align and that they meet our bylaw. If they're already collecting a security, there is no need for us to collect another security. We'll work with them to legally be able to access, utilize their security if need be. We'll figure out those working relationships. But ultimately, the idea would be that partnership, and they're very amenable to it, so it's nice because we as a city don't have to take on those costs of administration.
Okay, thank you. And I wish I could ask the question to the speakers, but I can't, so I'm going to try to put this on you, unfortunately. And if this is, we move forward with this, would this take any like working capital out of the market, given the money that's tied up with securities? And you may or may not be able to answer that, I don't know.
So industry has indicated, yes, this will. And I think this is where we have a hard choice to make in terms of meeting climate goals as well as our affordability goals. The unfortunate situation is that we've had these requirements for landscaping for a number of years, and we're not seeing it being delivered without this level of oversight. And so this is our best step forward to minimize the costs and to ensure that we're meeting those requirements.
Okay, so I guess the pro is that we're going, as you just stated, we minimize the cost and we try to get some more incentive to make this forward. The con is there's a potential that this may impact market growth. Is that the best way to analyze it, or am I looking at it?
Industry would suggest potentially yes.
Okay.
So, Councillor, I think like there's a scale differentiation around the greenfield and the solution presented, as well as we implement that. If there's infill builders that want to institute a security program themselves, they could also enter into that stream as we build that out and have that built, so that they are then responsible for the security instead of us taking it first. So anytime there's a cost to the development process, there's money removed from that working capital. However, as Lila was saying, there's always the trade-offs between the costs and benefits of what we're trying to achieve, whether that's the proper development regulations, the proper landscaping, the proper road development, etc. So what is being presented here is a reasonable solution that ensures that the security is the bare minimum. And the bare minimum includes the trees and the shrub plantings. It doesn't include any of the other, the grass or the lawn or other softscaping, recognizing that our greatest movement towards our climate goals is achieving that canopy. So we want to ensure. Yep.
Well over time. My apologies. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I guess, and I apologize if I missed this when I stepped up, but I don't understand how it's taking 18 months to figure this out. It's, as I heard, a form. We can update a form. Someone can say, they can sign a waiver saying I'm part of another agreement. So therefore, like what I think I heard in the answers earlier was industry is taking care of this. So I'm missing the scale piece here or the timeline piece here. This seems like something that could be updated on a form that people are putting in and could be implemented in very short order.
I think what is missing from the conversation is, again, understanding industry is taking securities. We don't know how much they're taking, who's collecting, what they're requiring, what their release program is, how that ties to the bylaw. So we want to have those conversations. So we're going to have to bring together all the various builders and have that discussion. Once we have that in place, we're going to be working with industry to harmonize it so that we can rely on them to do this work. And then from there, we'll be able to start drafting the bylaw and start looking at these synergy relationships. And so that is what is going to take time.
But if there's a property and it's like, are you part of a private landscape security? If yes, you're good, sign here. If no, deposit.
I guess the question is, do you want us to verify that they're part of that private security? Because we don't know yet.
So, Councillor, appreciate the drive to create parity amongst the developing and the redeveloping areas. There is a difference. And in terms of moving forward with one without the other and what that scale problem is that we're dealing with on any given year, we'll say there's 5,000 lots created and 5,000 lots with houses built onto it. That includes 5,000 individual sales to individual people. So we're working with a lot of paper that developers and builders have to work through as well to ensure that their securities are matching what we look for in terms of our landscaping securities to harmonize that. We're also building a system to allow for proper enforcement and compliance with it. And that can take on a number of forms, but we don't know what that is. We don't have the resources to go inspect 5,000 lots. We don't want to actually go out and inspect 5,000 lots because we don't think that's a good use of the time, which is why that security is there to ensure that it's there in the first place. What will most likely happen is that we go and audit a portion of those and then ensure that they're there. And if there's problems, we'll follow up and then we'll figure it out from there. So there's a number of pieces there. It's not just saying, do you require security, yes or no? What we do know is that currently that the majority of them already do require security, which they can get some planting. What we know that there's a mismatch between our regulations and what they're required through their security, but there's still a minimum base planting being required through their own security. So we think there's a reasonable amount of time there in between that we're not going to lose anything in terms of our canopy or our goals and towards getting that private landscaping. So that time allows us to work through these problems. We don't have an infinite amount of resources. Yes, they're PDM funded, but we have to be respectful and be good stewards of that fund. We don't have the capacity to figure out all these problems at once. This isn't the only problem we're trying to figure out within the realm of development right now.
If I can hop back to the infill context, like I take the guest hard staff's point that we already have a path for securities on multi-unit housing, cluster housing. So it seems it would be very easy to move that to cluster housing, to row housing, to duplexes, to semi-detached, to like, again, I guess I'm a bit perplexed by the delays, why we just can't replicate and move.
Hi, Councillor Jans. This is Rachel, Program Lead. For current major landscaping security process is very different than what we're looking at for small-scale residential settings, because we're looking at multiple ways to make more streamlined approaches to using different technology like virtual inspections, and those programs do not exist currently. And then we're looking at the volumes between 700 to like up to 5,000 permits if we were to looking at phase 1 to phase 2. So that will take us some time to figure out.
I guess I'm out of time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, will you take the chair?
Yes.
Okay, I'll set aside the timeline questions for now. Just want to follow up on a few other pieces. So I think the calculations, that really appreciate all the information provided. It does seem like the rates can end up fairly high. Just want to confirm, I think I understood single and semi-detached, there wouldn't be a calculation for sod, but there would be for row housing? And what was the rationale there?
So we were looking at the cost of sod, and it does add quite a lot to a security. The majority of our product, we're not seeing an issue with ground cover, like most people are putting ground cover down. So we wanted to remove that. And I think the rationale ultimately was, sorry.
So I think that's great rationale, but why didn't that extend to row housing?
The intent was to align it with the larger scale residential developments, which includes soft landscaping costs, ground cover.
So I just wonder, again, trying to remove barriers for some of the smaller scale, given that a row house in an RS zone is going to be the same scale as a single detached home. I'm just wondering about harmonizing it in that direction rather than in the other direction.
So, Councillor, when we looked at it between what you can develop in the RS zone, which is that cluster housing, the multifamily and the row house, the natural division there for us was between singles and semis, and then the rows, clusters, and multis acted similarly in terms of the scale of development, the types of development being seen through it, and the outcomes that we're looking to achieve through it.
And I guess my counter argument, not that that doesn't make sense, but again, the box is the same size, whether it's a single detached, semi-detached, or a row house in the RS zone. So I'm not sure why we would, again, it's just sort of like a form-based code question rather than the number of units or the type of units.
That is one argument. We chose to split it there, and we still believe that's the best recommendation moving forward because it's a similar type of development and applicant coming forward. Because it's typically that the builder, as Lila was saying, just in terms, it's not a fee simple row house. It's more akin to that multifamily piece where you have multiple units within it, so that you're not looking to recoup or put the security on those fee simple row houses, which is those individual row houses that may come in a different form or fashion.
Yeah, well, I think I was also a bit concerned with the different treatment of row housing that's single-titled versus the multi-titled lot. And with the single-titled only getting 80% back at that time. Because again, I think we generally assume that single-titled will be rented versus multi-titled would be sold. So again, just wondering if we're creating a disparity between owner-occupied versus rented.
So the single lot row housing, they tend to have the shared common property, whereas the fee simple, it's individual owners. Ideally, we actually would want to have the second inspection for the fee simple, but it becomes very administratively burdensome to do that with multiple owners, collecting multiple securities, then having to do multiple inspections. So in order to help streamline that process and recognizing some of those challenges, that's where the difference comes.
But would the securities be taken by individual owners at the time? Wouldn't it just be the single home builder?
Then the builder could potentially be hanging on to that security longer.
Okay, and then I just wanted, I was wondering how the security interacts with preserving existing trees on site. Would you still have to pay the security? Like if you say we're going to retain this tree, that changes your tree and shrub requirements, but do you still have to pay a security?
You would still have to pay security in the sense that we'd have to make sure that your minimum amount is met. I think we'd also expect the security. We haven't written in a provision otherwise, so that we could see the retaining of that tree.
Of the tree, yeah. Okay, well, I will move another round.
Second.
Second by Councillor Elliott. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. It's carried. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
And I apologize, my colleagues, this will be my last question as well. Just for, I guess, clarity for me, when we look at the landscaping requirements, do we monitor or calculate, are all developers, let's say, meeting their requirements? And where I'm going with this is that, is developer A meeting their requirements with, I'll say, with green space, like 90% of the time, 80% of the time, but yet there's another developer only meeting the requirements, say 40% of the time, or it is up to the owner of that residence to do the plants and the trees, things of that nature. Do you follow where I'm trying to go with that? Because where I'm going with this if a developer is always, we're seeing one developer at fault all the time, can we hold that developer accountable by stating, based on your past experiences, you're not meeting the standard that, you know, the city is looking for?
So right now, I don't think we have data specifically developer by developer. But what we do have I think this is again where the security comes into play, is that if we start doing the inspections and finding that they're not meeting the minimum, because that's all we're asking for here, is that they meet the minimum in the bylaw and that they provide us with the minimum, like with the security to cover the minimum plantings, then we're going to withhold their funds. And it gives us the opportunity to go in and plant those plantings so that the bylaw requirements are met. So again, once we start to collect funds, it becomes far more in the developer's best interest to actually ensure that the plantings get planted. Right now, where there is no security, what we're seeing is in the infill areas that a lot of times the plantings aren't getting planted, whereas we've got a level of oversight in the greenfield areas.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Great. You know what? I will ask another question on this round. Councillor Tang?
Yep.
Thank you. Apologies, I just had the amendments up. Maybe one question. So the actual rates and sort of the distinctions between, you know, row housing, single lot, single titled, multi-titled lot, all of that is administrative, correct? That's not in the bylaw itself?
That's correct.
Okay, so does administration anticipate the opportunity to amend and adjust these as the program is rolling out and we're sort of identifying potential pinch points or?
Correct. In fact, this last year we adjusted our rates for commercial developments. So we are constantly reviewing based on market conditions.
Great. That's really helpful. And sorry, I'm just looking at the amendments themselves and just caught another question. I apologize. So 10.1.1 talks about single detached, semi-detached, duplex housing, and row housing. Does it not include multi-unit housing?
So multi-unit housing is included in 10.1.2.
Oh, I see. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. I will take back the chair. Sorry. We'll now go to new information. I know I have questions of the speakers in opposition. Did anyone else have questions of speakers or further questions of administration? Okay, then I'll pass the chair back to Councillor Tang. Gary, just hoping, are you still there online?
Yeah, you bet.
Just wanted to get your thoughts on timelines. So again, really appreciate the leadership that industry is willing to take on. You know, understanding there's a lot of harmonization that has to happen. What would you see as being reasonable timelines there?
I would ask or encourage you guys to look at the differences between infill and greenfield as developer versus builder. And I think that in the redeveloping areas, you predominantly are not working with a developer, you are the builder / developer. So you are, you know, as a builder in a redeveloping neighborhood, you're most likely purchasing that lot yourself, developing it, or it's a client's lot that they're developing on. So
sorry,
so that interim.
Yeah, just to clarify my question, sorry. So fully agree. I think what's proposed in terms of developer-led in the new neighborhoods is excellent. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of having the conversations to harmonize that process and provide sort of that unified approach that you were referencing.
Yeah, and I think so when we start to look at developer-led initiatives with regards to managing these expectations of the city. So I think first things first is we've never really come as an industry to actually standardize or harmonize what those standards actually are from the city. So we do need to have engagement with all the different developers, and there's off the top of my head, there's probably about 12 to 15 of them that make up the majority of the greenfield neighborhoods. And we have to be able to come up with a unified program. And then we need to come up with an implementation date. Because again, those deposits and those securities that are taken, some of them are taken at lot purchase, some of them are taken at different points of time. So we have to develop what that standard is going to be. And then we have to also work on what is that mechanism for recourse. And those are the pieces that I think Travis was alluding to that might take a little bit more time for us to be able to do on that scale of 5,000 to 6,000 permits a year.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is that you feel that the proposed January 1st, 2028 date is the right one?
I would support for as much time as possible, because the other thing to consider too is that there'll be an added level of management that we have to figure out how we're going to do in a very short period of time throughout a calendar year. And that's another piece that comes into play with all of this. The majority of this work is usually done in the last few months of the planting season or the landscaping season. So.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. I'll take back the chair. I'm not seeing any other questions. Would someone like to move closure of the public hearing?
So moved.
Councillor Elliott,
Second.
seconded by Councillor Jans. Thank you. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. First reading.
So move first reading of bylaw 21499.
Councillor Jans, do you want to second that?
Second.
Thank you. Anyone to speak? Okay, Councillor Jans.
Very quickly, I just want to thank administration here for pulling this work together. I think that it's very important as we think about the pride and the joy and the love that we feel for our communities, that we don't underestimate the importance that these seemingly little matters can play in the really big picture of building social license, of building warmth, of building joy, and of building climate resiliency in our communities. As I've been biking and walking through so many neighborhoods, I'm thinking of this one infill that's gone in North Glenora. It's an eightplex on a corner, and it's beautiful. And the landscaping's beautiful. And you can tell the care and attention and everything that's gone into that property. And I can see how proud the owners are. And I just want to make sure that we can get there for all of the properties in our city. And while many do get there eventually, I think there's a degree of accountability that we can help speed up that process. And this is a very reasonable way to do that. So I think that the amounts are fair. I think that the plan is fair. I think that this will help us in so many other ways in terms of making sure that we have the tree coverage and we have the landscaping, we have all those other pieces. I think it's another step in the right direction in terms of making sure that all of the changes that we make are to the city are continuing to leave us off better off than where we were before. I know we're not quite there yet, that there's other pieces we may need to do in future in terms of revisiting landscaping as certain tree species are maybe not as resilient as in our changing weather and our heat waves and everything else as some of our old breeds used to be. I know that's administration's doing ongoing work around there too. But I think in terms of how this is going to help us build social license in our community, I would really urge my colleagues to support it, because it's it gives us just one little lever that we can make sure that everybody is doing everything that's required of them. And I would again can't thank administration well, I already have thanked administration, I guess. I can't tell my colleagues enough how important I think this will be in the long term in terms of the social license plate piece. So please support it.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to support this. Look, at a time when we see governments retreating from climate responsibility because the economy has taken precedence in the priority list of people who are being polled, it's actually more important than ever to ensure that we're doing things that actually protect the people of Edmonton. This is one of them. It's not just aesthetic, although that actually really matters. In fact, there's this really good book. There's a lot of things are outdated in it, but a great book called A Pattern Language. And it talks about how any new addition you make to an area or a community should be a beneficial addition. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of people feel that when new developments go in, it is not beneficial. And part of that is because there is the aesthetic concern. And so that's one thing. The other thing is what I alluded to before, which is the environmental concern. You know, for example, we're hearing that we're getting this big El Nino coming up next year. It could lead to an extremely hot summer. Hot summers, we know, are really, really tough on seniors and people who are vulnerable. And the energy cost of cooling a home, if you even have a cooling system in your home, adds to the stress on the grid network. In addition to that, you know, those extreme temperatures that we experience in Edmonton, from minus 40 to plus 40 on that asphalt, it can get incredibly hot, and on the infrastructure, shade from trees and the cooling effect of greenery helps to preserve those things, and it saves Edmontonians money. So, just from those two aspects alone, never mind the fact that we're providing more ability for species to survive and thrive, makes this worthwhile. I understand that there are some ways that this can be onerous, but I also understand that there are ways that people say this is not even far enough. But if we're at least doing this, and everyone's a little bit unhappy, that's probably a good compromise, although I'm not sure if we really want to compromise too much on doing the good things that we know actually work. So for those reasons, I am absolutely in support of this, and I encourage support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, could you take the chair?
Yes.
Great. Just wanted to thank administration for this work. It is really exciting, and I think, I just want to see it happen because I think it's going to be very effective. And I definitely learned more in this session just around the private landscape system that does exist. So that was helpful context for me. That was new information as part of this conversation. So understanding that it's not necessarily just the volume, but that we are sort of building up a new system from scratch. So appreciate that information today, and appreciate our partners in the industry being willing to be partners with us on it and taking this on. I'm really looking forward to seeing this new system and the appropriate checks and balances in place to ensure that. Again, really appreciate the deep thought that has gone into the calculation of the securities. I do anticipate as this begins to roll out, looking for some adjustments as well. For me, there's an equity piece that I worry is maybe not fully present in the current calculations. I worry about creating unintentional disincentives for rental housing, or just creating a cost barrier overall. So look forward to some of those ongoing conversations about how that can be harmonized. And potential changes in terms of which developments we're including turf for example, to reduce some of that upfront cost. But overall, I think this is a great program. I anticipate it will lead to a lot of great success for landscaping and tree canopy in our city. Thank you. Take back the chair. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I wasn't going to support this motion or this change, but through the lines of questioning through my colleagues, and this was for Councillor Paquette, this started to take root for me. So I understand where we're going with this, and So with the rationale in place, I will be supporting this. And so I think, like I said, for the question that came out, so that gave me a different perspective, and I'll be supporting this one.
Great, thank you, Councillor Elliott. With that, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Second reading?
Yeah, a second reading.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Now for consideration.
Consideration, third reading.
Second.
Thank you. This is for consideration. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
And this will be a third reading for bylaw 21499.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried 12-1. Thank you. That is our last item on the agenda. We'll now move to notices of motion and motions without customary notice.
I have a notice of motion.
Councillor Jans.
That administration bring forward a report outlining options to encourage transit ridership for city-led attractions, including consideration of a ticket-to-ride option, and outline the benefits and trade-offs of a ticket surcharge.
And you'll be moving that?
At the next council meeting.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 3:01. Thank you.